Opposed? Motion is carried.
And that's one that I signed.
That you signed? Okay. All right.
The next item is consideration of issuing a supplemental tax bill.
Yes, Mr. Ralph Whitney owns almost 33 acres on Webb's Mills Road. All but 2 acres is enrolled in tree growth. He's requested to remove 1.1 acres of the classified land, which adjoins the unenrolled land next to the house site. And the penalty for withdrawing land from tree growth is issued through a supplemental tax by the select board, and the penalty has been calculated to be $464.40, which I'm recommending the board issue for collection to the tax collector.
All right. So,
Where is this?
I'm sorry.
It's going to be a few pages down.
I see on page 65, but what road is that one?
It's on Webb's Mills Road.
Okay.
All right. A motion to approve the supplemental tax fee of $464.40 for Ralph and Harriet Whitney. Is that spelled right, the Ralph, R-A-L-F? Or should it be an O?
P8.
No, it could be R-A-L-P-H.
Well, it's right here. That's where I found, yeah.
Well, it could be Ralph, too.
On the tax one, I think it's PH, so.
It's R-A-L-P-H on the,
It's PH on the tax
Tax card, yeah.
Okay, just on your
Probably
right.
mine.
Nope.
Well, no.
All right.
did you make the motion?
I did.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
This paper's coming down. There's 3 signatures, 3 pages.
Next item, consideration of renewing the contract assessor's contract.
Yes,
Who's
so
the
I'm,
assessor?
Well, now we're at $160 from the.
Yeah, you're in the whole, well, you're up though. You got 400 coming in.
You should be the treasurer.
Yeah.
Well, and technically, you folks are the assessors. Kurt is a contract assessor.
So as you're probably aware, my current agreement is coming to an end at the end of
And I
June.
came on my second page.
So I'm proposing to the town a new 3-year agreement for services, which will carry assessing needs through the 26 revaluation, bring things through June 30 of 2027. I have increased my fee by 9%, which would be 3% per year. It's probably half what the current inflation rate has been, but I'm willing to meet the town halfway and absorb some of the inflationary costs that have come basically to all of us. I think it's about 20% over the last 3 years, inflationary costs. The agreement what it does is 2 layers to the agreement. There's the standard 60 days of service per year, which is we've traditionally been provided to the town. It's just a little bit more than a day a week. But with the revaluation coming in, there is going to be a need to triage that project to get it through implementation. So I'm offering the town an additional 50 days of service to be spread out over the 3-year period as needed. I anticipate that most of that's going to be needed at the end of FY '26 and the first half of FY '27. So as the project nears completion, and we'd have a lot of valuation review and through hearings and then tax commitment and any appeal process, it's going to be very labor intensive, both for myself and to my department, but also for the select board. It's going to have a lot of activity during that time. Do expect that the project will be kicking off this fall. We'll likely have some meetings, some public meetings with the revaluation company, with the select board, to let them know how the process is going to unfold, and I expect we'll have periodic meetings throughout the next 18 months as the project moves forward. But that's it in a nutshell. I'll gladly take questions.
I make a motion to renew contract assessor's contract, Kurtz, at that 3%,
Second.
which is 9 over the 3 years. Yeah, okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is
I
carried.
signed as well.
Before we move on, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I ask, when we have an agenda, written agenda, we also have an e-package that gives all the details.
Yep.
Is there any way or any reason we can't have a small, brief explanation as these abatements come in? I mean, if you, like the trailer situation is black and white, if it was just a small thing. And the reason being, in my opinion, the reason being is some people can look at the agenda and it may be of something of interest, if it's a neighbor or something. And again, I mean, we had 80 pages to go through different things, so is it legal to do that, or does it have to come up in this sort of forum to have some sort of brief, what's going on with it type of thing?
Yeah, I can provide as much or as little information as
Simple.
the board wants. So typically what I do is I do a cover memo, which kind of provides what you're talking about, a brief overview.
I do.
But sometimes the board likes to see the details of the situation. So oftentimes I'll provide maps and background information. I don't have to do that.
No, I saw them. I
Yeah.
like what you do.
Oh, okay.
I just
So-
didn't know on the written agenda that goes out for the public.
Oh, the
Might
written.
check in on a meeting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the written, I don't know. That's,
Yeah,
see what I-
and we can add that if there's something that's out of the ordinary. I tend to do that anyway, or I have done that. So there's no reason why not. It just hasn't been requested before, so.
Just when you go through it. I mean, I like to do a quick overview, and if it's just simple things, I don't have to read all the detail. I kind of put faith in the
Oh.
people we hire. So I'm just asking if that might be possible for a small amount, small little details. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
Next item is discussion of direction for Public Works Garage with the failure of the warrant article.
Melissa, I believe the warrants payment.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I got them. Yeah.
Good evening.
Oh, you want,
Just looking for some direction, what you'd like to do at this point. I put a hold on
yeah.
Sebago Tech.
These are all
They've stopped all,
we need.
everything at this point. We've got $61,000 tied up in this at this point. Just looking for some direction.
Had the bid packages gone out?
No. Our next step was to vet the vendors that we were going to send the package out to, narrow it down to, we were going to target 3 vendors, or have just 3, to try to consolidate it a little bit. But that is more steps to be taken to do that. But, nobody will bid on this without a positive vote from the town. Once they get into the design build, they're going to have quite a bit of money tied up in it. And going forward without a town meeting approval, I kind of get that.
Well, I mean, the original intent, under the, is that the bid package would go out, and, so that, then we know, we would also then have that final figure that would go in there. And, recognizing, typically there's wording there that says subject to a, town vote. So, the fact is, whether it has it now or whether, I understand that, but I mean, if they're used to municipal bidding, then they're used to the fact that they recognize that whatever they do is going to be subject to the town vote anyway.
Except, a town build and a design build's a little bit different because they're ponying up a ton of money for design for the potential to get the bid.
The estimate we had was around 150.
I think it's different. If you have the design already out and you send a architectural design to these companies, they'll be able to bid it without a ton of overhead and cost to them. But if they're all design building it, there's a huge cost to them. I don't know.
I can ask the question again to Owens, but that was the.
Yeah. I mean, because that was, I mean, the original, and, that was in the original amount that we put in last year was, to get it up through to the point that that it was bid.
Right, that was the engineer's estimates. To get an actual construction cost price, that was going to be the next step after town meeting.
Yeah, I don't think we have in the dollar amount that we allowed for an actual design of the building.
Well, it's because it was decided that ultimately we'd go out on design build on it.
Right. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
And the logic behind that too is if we go out to design build, somebody designs it, they own they own the errors.
Yeah.
If we design it, we own the errors.
Right.
But the town.
I think I'm in agreement with that. I think what he's saying the trouble is going to be is to get somebody to actually design build.
And put that money into it.
Basically design estimate.
Especially now with a negative vote from the public.
So.
Well, I mean, you get a little bit into some semantics there too, because what was voted down was bonding it. There was never the question of is there a need for the town garage, and so that's so you have a semantical difference there. What was defeated was bonding it, which essentially says if the people still want it, it just means we're going to pay for it all at one time, which is that becomes kind of a silly thing. But I mean, if you take things to its utmost and logical conclusion, it still says if the people say, okay, yeah, we should have a garage, it just says, well, we said we didn't want to bond it. Now that can be reinvestigated, but I guess I would talk with Spago Technics and see what the feeling is on the people, whether they would actually bid on it or not, and what would make them comfortable to be able to bid on it.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Well, I guess I want to ask, and this is absolutely positively not meant to stir any tensions or anything like that. I guess I would like to hear back from Dennis, because I know you were putting out there on the garage. What are your thoughts on this? I know you had said, and the planning board, the budget finance said, yes, there should be a garage.
Absolutely.
So I guess I want to hear the feedback.
Well,
I want to hear what.
I think to be blunt, I think the process we use for public safety in the school works very well. We have a citizens committee made up of people like Bob Murray, who is a partner of Nathan, Chris for advice, Owen for advice, but Bruce Sanford was a great help on our committee. We did a lot of changes due to that committee. We assessed what we had in detail, what we could use, what we can't use. And then after the needs assessment and the actual process that we use, which was a citizens committee, we reduced the size of the building. We changed a few of the layouts and had a RFP, which was descriptions of even what plumbing fixtures we wanted. And that described what they were bidding on. I think that's exactly what the citizens want. They want the same process for this as they did the other two facilities.
So.
And I don't think it has to take that long. This committee is.
I guess it's different though, and I'm not that engineer. I'm not that. But if it's going out to a build design,
right, which is what we did.
Well, don't they put it together? As far as what the RFP all that stuff
was designed for the details of what you want in the RFP. Then we actually used that to save the town about $180,000 because of the details of what the committee put together with Owen's help. And I think that's really what people want in this town. They want the process to be transparent and straightforward.
And how much did we pay? How much did we pay afterward to correct the errors the committee put forward?
Actually, those errors
on the roof and things like that we ended up over the time having to correct and repair and whatnot. That was out of the committee saying this is what should be done.
Actually, I think that the select board cut $200,000 from it. If you went back, or the town meeting, because we started out at 1.4 and ended up at 1.2, and the metal roof that was recommended was cut, and the masonry siding was cut.
That's what I'm saying. Is the committee, committee approach, what we did, we went to a professional engineering firm to
I'm just
do this
suggesting.
based on.
Oh, no, we're
My
just,
suggestion is to say that if you want the town's support, let the town have input.
Well-
Not just the select board and a group of engineers you hired.
And
That's
it-
all I'm saying.
well, okay, and again, I don't want this is how we talk things out, okay? I guess too is, I know that committee gave you some bad, I guess, advice because they took the metal roof out, is what I am hearing. But as far as, taking it to the public, when what you just said, instead of just getting it from our engineers, which you just said, I mean, do you feel our engineers are not good enough for this?
I didn't say that. I said, when you hire the person to what, let me give this scenario. If you hire a company to oversee the construction and the whole process, to do an evaluation of what you have, and if you read the summary of it, as we had an engineer from our town read it and said it was maintenance issues, and you eliminate any options except one, to build new, no add-ons or anything else, no options looked at. We looked at all kinds of options. We looked at all kinds of places. There was never I want this right here. In fact, the only reason it ended up down there is the stats showed that's where all the work was, all the calls were. 2/3 of the calls were down there. There was three members on the select board that didn't even support it, which caused a problem on the committee. I'm saying use basically the very same people and Nathan has got a partnership with Bob Murray. I highly recommend he be on the committee. Bruce Sanford, there's another one who was just great on the committee.
Well, okay, and
Can I?
oh, wait a minute, I just want to ask one more question.
No. Who was on the safety committee, the public safety committee?
That was years ago, though,
I know,
too.
but who was it? Who in the world? Was it engineers? Was it just random
Yeah, we
town
had
folks? or
professional
both?
people. We had Mike White was a local citizen who did trucking and came in and talked about size of bays. We had a plumber, Byron Rogers. We had Owen McCullough. We really had a diverse committee. In fact, 3 people that stood up at a public meeting and spoke against it were put on the committee, and they ended up being assets. Did they take the metal roof off? Yes, but I'm saying there's a process.
Well, Dennis, okay, let me ask this question, too. And again, I apologize. I am not attacking you at no means,
I'm not
okay?
doing it, okay?
So if we're saying that they can't use it down here for whatever reason, and you're saying trying to, I guess, a couple different places, why would you not put that building right where all the other stuff is? And I know for a fact, it was last budget season that Don Willard, the ex-town manager, had said, enough, they're spread out over 3 different places in town, let's get them all in the same place, just like every other department is.
I'm not opposed to that, but I'm telling you, for over 6 months, we heard that the trucks were sitting out in the rain, getting rusty, and they were actually inside the salt shed.
Okay, hold on. That isn't completely true. All our equipment is not undercover.
No, the trucks.
Most of the trucks are, the spare trucks aren't. When we started this project 5, 8 years ago, we
Can't find anything about that.
well, it's discussions in department head meetings. It's not in a public meeting, Dennis. We looked at, can we add down here? We looked at where we were at. The most sensible place to put us was the sand salt building. That's where our winter sand is. That's where our base of operations are. Building the public works garage is a completely different animal than the school and the fire station. It's a much smaller building. You mentioned going forward to pick out bathroom fixtures. We're going with we got 3 bathrooms in the building. There's really nothing to pick. We've narrowed this thing down to a basic building. That's it. The engineers said that we probably ought to go bigger, and if you look at the square footage we're in and what we're going into, we probably should go bigger. We were trying to keep the numbers down. Prices are going up. They're going up every day. So I think to summarize that is getting the public involved is just going to be, it could add more money to it. It could add more time. It could create more problems, I think. No offense to any committees that would get on that, but I think we've beat this thing down to what it is. It's a
Nathan,
small 5-bay garage.
I'll quote you. You need a bigger mechanics bay and a wash bay.
Yeah.
And you said that consistently.
They're consistent with what?
That's what you need.
Yes. Yeah.
So you've got 7 bays currently, and we're going to build an 8-bay facility
Correct.
for a mechanics bay and a wash bay, is what you've talked about.
We're putting 4 of the bays as storage. There's 1 mechanics bay and a wash bay, and the rest of it's truck storage.
And you have 7 bays up here.
We can't.
4 here and 3 down the other place.
We got 4 up here. We've got three down the village that we can't get a plow truck into. We can't even get the 1-tons in there.
I'm not trying to debate. I'm just saying that realistically, if you do math, you have 7 bays that are functioning now. You're going to build an 8-bay facility for storage, 4 of them for storage.
4 of them for heated storage for the trucks.
And this heat and the current one up here, there's 4 bays.
Correct.
So realistically, if
So
you
the
went to
problem
the
up
3,
here is getting the trucks in the building. When we have a disabled truck up here, Dennis, we have to come along the wing up closer to the truck. The hydraulics won't pull it up high enough. So that creates a problem. And then we've got 4 of them down the pit that aren't heated. They don't start well. We manage it, but we're like to put those into a heated facility. I mean, I guess if you want to cut the 4 bays off, cut the 4 bays off.
I'm not suggesting cutting 4 bays. I'm suggesting we set up a committee to work through what you have, do an assessment of that. Is it possible that you only need 3 or 4 bays as opposed to 8? Is it possible that the office you want might be in Jordan Small later? I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying without that neutral party involved, without the citizens' involvement, I think you're not going to get the buy-in that you need. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion. And not only that, there were several people who didn't vote on it because you didn't want to put a sprinkler system in it. Now, say what you want about that. It's just a reality. I wouldn't vote for any building the town builds without a sprinkler
The reason I didn't
system.
want to do the sprinkler system was the cost.
Okay.
Well, and I do believe that the fire marshal, the state fire marshal also said that it wasn't needed.
It isn't about needing. It's about protecting what we have. That's my opinion for what it's worth.
No, thank you for answering those.
So, I mean, so I guess, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, you need to have a discussion with
Owens.
Owens and see where things are, you know, what he's, you know, if he's saying flat out, no one will look at it without something, then, you know, that just says something. If he says, yeah, people will bid on it, then that says something. So, you know, so right now, we without that, we can't make a full decision. So,
Okay. I will give him a call and see what he wants to do.
yeah. And then we'll revisit and see where we are.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
I think as far as the offices go, though, him and Joe are sharing an office in the back room of a building that's literally smaller than my kid's bedroom. And if we're gonna wait for the building up the street here to become available in 3 years, that part of it is, I think we need to either figure out yay or nay before we're gonna get that building. I mean, that's quite a ways out for the office space anyway. That's
I agree.
you've been down there, right?
Oh, yeah, I agree.
It's not conducive to having 2 department heads in one closet-sized room.
Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street. Just want to say that, you mentioned, hey, the town doesn't want to bond it. Maybe we'll go a different route. That vote showed how deeply unpopular that first move was. If you want town support, show the town what it is that you're looking to build. I know you have plans and all that stuff, but maybe a committee is necessary. If you want to rally the support, the town needs to know what exactly you're building, what we believe the costs are, and it really wasn't great timing to have all that stuff come to us as a Budget Finance Committee after we voted on that. So you guys have the need for a building. In my opinion, of Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street, I have no doubt that we need a building, and most likely it needs to be where it's planned to be. But you need to show the town that. The town really wants to know. And I just want to say that just saying, well, you know what, we'll find a different way to fund this thing, super unpopular. Be sure you do it the right ways. That's my suggestion.
Well, I'm not saying, all I said was the vote was to not bond. That's what the vote was. Read the warrant article. It said, do you approve this bond? It did not say, do you approve the building? It said, do you approve this bond? So they said, essentially what was said is, we don't want to bond it. Now, will that be reinvestigated? Yes, but that's what the vote was. Don't confuse the vote saying that when the vote says, do you want a bond? And they said no.
Good evening. This is the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting for September, calling the meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from August 21st. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor? Next, we have new business, and the first item is consideration of the FY24 year-end expense and revenue summary report for all departments and all months. We had one put in our e-packet, and I met with our new finance director today, Brenda, and she explained to me that she is reconciling the bank statements from June, July, and August. Were there going to be any changes to this year-end report, Brenda?
Honestly, I don't foresee any major adjustments to that year end. Oh, you want me to stand up?
Otherwise, we can't hear it on Zoom or homeland.
Hello. I'm Brenda. I'm Brenda Fox Howard, Director of Finance, and I'm happy to report I don't really foresee any large adjustment entries for the fiscal year end.
Okay.
So what you see now, barring maybe an interest adjustment of sorts, I don't really see anything terribly large happening.
Okay.
Nothing that would impact your bottom line.
All right, thank you. And I just want to clarify, is the report that was in our e-packet, is that the year-end for 23-24, or is this the start of the fiscal year 24-25?
So it should be 24.
It's the year-end for 23-24?
Yeah. May I come over and see what you have?
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. Yes. So you have the right one.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Okay. Right. And as we discussed this morning, you explained to me that we don't have the August FY25 expense and revenue report ready yet because of the reconciliation that's going on.
Yes. I just joined you folks within the past few weeks, and I already had a pre-scheduled vacation. Not to say like, hello, I'm leaving, but it was a big deal, the trip. It is something that's been planned for quite a while. But yes, so right now I'm wrapping up June. I don't really see many more things I need to do to it. July, I'll jump right in because as soon as the auditors arrive the first week, they're scheduled to arrive on the October 7th. They changed their arrival date because I wasn't going to be here. So they're coming on the 7th, and I know the first two things they're going to want to see is June and July. So my goal is to get them that information as soon as I can that week that they're here. I'm hoping to finish July that week. And then I'll jump into August.
Okay. And welcome aboard, by the way.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you here. I think that's the only question that we have
Is
at this
it?
point. Yes.
Okay. If
And
you have any-
unless anybody else has any questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next on our agenda is consideration of the purchasing policy for the town of Raymond that was adopted in 2018. And concurrent with that is the prior purchasing policy for the town. And I just wanted to go through this and do like a comparison between the two, and noticed that prior to 2018, there were requirements for different price ranges between 1,000 and 3,000, then 3,000 to 10,000, and then purchases over 10,000. And compare that to what the current policy is. Do any of you have any comments about that? Have you looked at that? Or do you, is there any background on why these changed maybe?
One of the reasons was the limits were fairly low, I remember that. And, but the bigger issue was that we weren't following it very well. Some departments weren't following it, and so the then finance director, Kathy Ricker, advised that it would be, appropriate and reasonable to write a policy that would be congruent with what we were doing, and then see if the Board of Selectmen wanted to approve that, and they did. And so that's how we ended up here. But it's liberalized over this in some ways.
Yes.
Although I think probably the limits in this are too low.
I would agree with that, considering 6 years ago to where we are today and the increase in the cost of
Right.
everything.
The biggest change I would like to see, and which is, I think, very important, is that we seek written bids, from qualified vendors and not sole source.
Like a quote from vendors?
Specifications, end quotes. Specifications,
okay.
Whether it be a request for proposal for administrative services, or if you were going to purchase a major piece of equipment, you'd want to solicit bids. Now, it may not all be the same brand, but plus, of course, you can write the specs, as you know, to a particular brand, and there may be vendors, multiple vendors that sell that brand, but to give the, the private sector marketplace an opportunity to provide proposals and not just go and say, hey, how much is this, to
Right.
one vendor.
I'm interested in looking at specifications for equipment that we go out and buy, especially things that are over $10,000. I'm looking for, my familiarity is having a set of specifications and then going out for RFPs to 3 different vendors, and then doing a cost comparison between the quotes that I've received from the vendors and determining which has the best value. And that's something that I'd like to see that written into our purchasing policy. So I'm interested to know, like, what would be the next steps to revise this purchasing policy?
I would suggest that we request policies from some of the neighboring communities to see how this stacks up.
Okay.
That'd be one place to start if you wanted, but that may be something that the staff would do, not us. I mean, they probably should gather those and analyze them if you think that's appropriate, and
I do.
in light of what this is now and what it was before. I'm not sure either one is what you want, but maybe, I don't know. I mean, I guess the first step would be to see what, best practices are.
Okay, so who would be the person on the staff that would do that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Sue? Yes. Can you advise us if we wanted to request the purchasing policies from our neighboring towns to look and see what they have for policies? Who would be the person that would do that?
Well, first, your committee can recommend changes, but you can't change any policies. Only the select board can do that.
Okay, so how do we know what we want to change if we don't have the policies from the other towns?
Well, most of them do post them online. That's how we get them.
Okay, so would that be the budget committee that would go get that online?
If you want to research it, yes.
No, I disagree with that. I think it's a staff function to gather data for the budget committee. The
If we're
budget committee-
requested
the budget
of it,
committee-
I was asked, how can you get the data? I'm telling her
Well,
how you
I
can
think
get the data.
you're obfuscating a little bit. I think you know that you should provide the data, okay?
So, Madam Chair, they do exist online, and that's where we get them. If you want the staff to look into that, I'll get a staff member to deal with that. Or if you want to think about it and get back to me, that's fine too, so,
I think there's a lot to think about. We're just asking for some data.
yeah.
And I think that, in my opinion, things that are going out to bid, or we're buying either equipment or software or some product that exceeds that 10,000 and we need to get bids, there should be a policy for that, and we do have one. But it's somewhat outdated. 2018 is a long time. I think the numbers need to be refreshed and looked at, and all we're asking for is some data. And I think it's the town's job to provide that to this committee so we can make educated decisions on what we're gonna recommend to the selectmen. I'm not trying to cause a riff in any way at all. We're just asking for information. For instance, I know on the flip side, you may be looking at this like we're trying to be overreaching and trying to be over-controlling, and I don't see it that way.
And I'm not seeing it that way.
Let me finish, because what I'm gonna say is in defense of our, like, Public Works Director that goes out to bid on certain things in an emergency situation where you can't get 3 bids. We might have to get tree cutting done, for instance, after a storm, and you don't have time to get 3 bids. You wanna have it cleaned up. So we want to look at that policy and come up with reasonable expectations of staff. And I think I'm part of that staff, so's Nathan, and I don't think that's unreasonable. So I think if we request information, it seems to me, since I've been on this committee, we're having problems getting information. Am I right?
You're right.
And I think that all I'm saying is that when we request something as a committee, that there's a response from the town, that you be responsible and get us that information. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Karen didn't ask me, can you get me this information? She asked how would she go about getting it. I've been working with the Comprehensive Plan Committee, as you have, for, 2 years, going on 3? And they go out and get their own information on the whole. On occasion, they ask the town for stuff, and we've provided it to them when they've asked.
If it was the selectmen asking for this, would you get them the information?
If they asked me for it, if they asked me, how do I get it, I would tell them how they would get it. So maybe that's semantics, but I answered the question that was posed to me.
This seems like a bit of a disconnect from the training we had the other day. I don't think it's a good idea for the committee to be reaching out to other towns. And then, of course, you'd reach out to individual staff members. I think that's the job of the chief administrator to do. You know, if you need the Board of Selectmen's approval, then get it.
I didn't suggest that you reach out to other towns. I said they're mostly posted on websites. It's easy to get that information.
Karen,
All right,
can you
well-
request from the town manager to get that information?
Yes, I would like to request, Sue, that you get that information
Okay.
for the committee.
Do you have an idea of which towns you'd like to see?
The towns in our salary survey, the comparable towns.
So what would that be?
Well, there's a long
I have a list.
There's a long list.
Okay.
I have a list. So yes, I
They're
can do that.
they're
if that's-
geographically located near us, and they're also, you know, many of them are statistically, you know, demographically related, but not all. I mean, for instance, Wyndham, much larger, would be there. You know, Casco, smaller, but, so it's geography and demographics.
Yes.
And so if you're gonna make comparisons, I think you use a standard set of towns, rather than pick out, you know, cherry-pick towns. Use the ones that we compare for the salary and other things like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Sue.
Teresa, did you have a comment? Okay. All right, and are there any other comments or questions about the purchasing policy? Okay.
No, I think before we do any more discussion, we need that information.
Yes,
Once
I
we
think
have
it would be very
We can
helpful.
put it on the next agenda once we receive
Right.
the information.
Right. Okay. Oops. What did I do with my agenda? My agenda with everything else.
Consideration for financing new dump trucks next.
Okay. Okay, next on our agenda is consideration of financing a new dump truck, an excavator. And this was brought up at the select board meeting on September 10. And there was quite a bit of discussion about it. And I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the members of the Budget Finance Committee that this had been an issue with the select board. And there was quite a bit of discussion about the CIP plan for the dump truck and excavator, and then the financing, exploring the options for the financing of a new dump truck and excavator. So I don't know if any of you missed that or if you're aware of it, but I wanted to bring it to everyone's attention. And with that, I went back and looked at the ordinance for the Budget and Finance Committee, and that under Section 5, Item B, we are specifically charged with to discuss with and make recommendations to the Select Board on proposals for specific expenditures, and to study and make recommendations on the general financial position, policies, and practices of the town and its departments. So that's kind of like what's driving me with the policy, the purchasing policy, and why I put this on here. And I would ask Nate, is there anything that you'd like to add to this?
Nothing really. We're not going to, going forward, we were able to negotiate with the low bidder on the truck. It's going to be a single purchase in the fall, about a year from now. So we'll be all set financially. And I discussed it during the February 28th meeting when I asked for the money, that we probably were going to have to finance it. The excavator we're going to push off until spring. We're late enough in the season now, so it doesn't really matter to buy it now or in the spring. Kind of open interest rates go down, but that'll be in this coming budget.
Okay, so you had quotes and you went with, made a decision?
I did. We jumped on the state bid for the truck. We've done 2 already with the state. They allow us to jump on their bid package. And the equipment, we only have 2 vendors, HP Fairfield and Viking Surveys equipment over in Auburn. And they're both low bid, low price.
What's low bid?
The truck was $141,000 and the equipment was $112,000.
So you bid the chassis separately from the truck, as you would?
Yep.
And so you have a bid summary sheet for the trucks that you looked at? And you
piggybacked
have a
on
bid
it.
summary sheet for the 2 vendors, Viking and HP Fairfield, for the equipment, correct?
Well, the truck is state bid. We grabbed their state bid like we did on the last two trucks, Don. On the 19 and the 21, those were both state.
Can you provide a copy of the state bid specifications
I can
and we can
ask
take a look
for
at
it.
that?
It'd probably be just easy to give you the bids, the spec sheet on the trucks we have, because
Right, but I want to see the state bid documents.
never got them. I just get them from the international dealership. International got the bid for the last
Right, well,
5 years.
the state would have sent out
I
a
understand.
competitive bid
I
and
understand
would have
that.
selected a vendor. You're saying a truck vendor, so I just want to see the state documents, how they
I'd
went
have to call
about
the state.
doing
and get
that and selecting a vendor.
'em. I'd have to call the state and get them. I'd have to call the state. I don't have those.
Okay?
I can call them, see if they'll give them up. I don't know if they will.
They're public documents.
Okay, I'll call them up too, get them.
Thank you.
So just to add to that, we were just talking about policy over 10,000. These are over 10,000, correct?
Yeah, 141,000.
So you were
260.
supposed to get 3 bids.
I got 3 quotes.
So would it be
got
difficult
4, actually.
for us to, we're coming into this, it's something you're gonna purchase next year, correct?
Truck's gonna be probably purchased the end of this month. It'll be
So-
signed, the contract will be signed the end of the month.
Was that in your budget
Yes,
to spend $600,000?
no.
Well,
300, it's 264,000.
And I thought it was almost 6 for the combination of the
It was.
excavator and the truck.
It was.
So where are we getting the other 300?
In next year's CIP budget.
So
We're not buying the excavator.
how hard would it be, and I'm just trying to name, this committee is to look
We
at
can get the
budget.
information, we just never had
That's
to
what I
provide
would
it.
like. I would like to see the 3 bids, to see how you made your decision, so that moving forward, this finance committee, that's our call to duty.
I have no
So
issue,
I'm
I have
not
no issue
trying
with
to
that at
be
all, Chris. I just, we've
want
never
the
had.
information,
we-
so I know what it is. I don't have anything in my packet. I don't know if you guys got anything.
Chris, you gotta understand, we've never had to do this.
Well,
I've
it's been in
I've-
our policy since 2018. I don't
I've
get it.
never been asked to do this. The
You've
last,
you've never been asked to get bids? I asked you to get bids, and you told me you got them orally and recorded them.
correct.
So let's see.
And I told you when we bought the last 2 trucks, we bought them under the state bid. And that's where it ended.
And so I'm saying, let's see the state bid documents and see what we.
That's fine.
See what
But
we
what Chris-
are buying.
Yeah, that's fine. But
Okay.
it's just never been asked for it, and we'll get it, and,
Well, to me, that's a lot of money.
oh, I understand that. It's a
And,
ton of money.
I'm not trying to go after you at all, Nate. I want you to have your equipment, I really do. But I want this committee to be as educated as you are and the town staff, so that we can help the town make these decisions. That's our charge. This committee's an
I
important
understand.
committee, and
I
it seems
understand.
like, it's like pulling teeth to get information. That's
Chris,
all I'm asking.
This is the first you've asked for it. I don't have it with me. I will get it to you. It's not a problem.
It's not to me, it's to the
The
committee.
committee, correct.
Can I ask another question?
Did we sell the excavator that we've had?
No, no.
So why are we buying another excavator?
Well, for almost 4 years now, we've been talking about upgrading that excavator. It's been in my budget for 3 of the years.
But back to the original question, why do we need a new one?
Well, this one's got 7,000 hours on it. It needs about $20,000 worth of work. It's not really big enough for what we're doing. We need to step up a little bit in size.
No, that's the thing I was waiting to hear, because we talked about the size of the excavator when we bought it,
Correct.
and you said it was adequate.
It was adequate. That is correct.
Okay.
We've bought bigger dump trucks. It doesn't reach into the back of 3 of the dump trucks we own now. So we're down
And
to
20,000 versus 300. I'm
There's a
just
big
saying.
difference.
I'm
That's
just
a big
saying.
difference.
If I was working on my car and I needed $2,000 worth of work
I think
compared
this
to
is a-
buying a new one, I
we've-
might want to fix it. I'm just saying, that's what we need to see.
Well, we'll discuss it when we get into the budget process, because
Perfect.
that's when it's going to be coming up, as it has in the last 3 years.
Well, it just seems like we're blindsided on this one, am I right? It just
I'd
came
say
along.
you're right.
What's that?
He just did it. The select board doesn't even know.
About the financing on the truck?
Yeah, he talked to Rolf just today.
The selectmen didn't know?
No. The
So-
selectmen knew about the truck.
So
They
Nathan's
didn't know
making
about the
decisions, not the
non-financing.
selectmen?
This
Yeah, we're not-
sounds like it's backwards. Normally you'd come to the budget committee first and
I did.
talk about it.
I did. February 28th, we discussed it when I did my presentation. About the dump truck, about the excavator, about possibly financing it.
You don't have adequate capital funds to buy it?
I don't. No, I don't. I gotta wait till we roll over into the next fiscal year. That's why we're talking
So
about
that's the
financing.
whole idea of the capital improvement plan, is that you
I
have the
underst-
funds to buy it.
I understand that.
You
We
do have
find
some
it-
set aside, though, right?
Yes,
We have some
yeah.
set aside.
Yeah.
Okay, well, things have changed from February to now with the cost of the truck, right?
Yes, yes, it did.
Yeah, quite substantially, so,
We're getting prices around, I think the 21, we paid 197,000 for that truck. And they seem to think we'd be in that ballpark. In my presentation the other night, there was one that was 299, and they went down a little bit from there, and then international, we got on the state bid, and that dropped that price considerably.
okay, but when you talked to us back in February, that was at a high level of what the needs were and what you intended to put in the
Correct.
CIP plan, but now you're actually moving forward and moving out and buying the equipment.
We went through town meeting, and it got approved. I don't do anything that we never used to do.
Okay.
I think the biggest thing that we're coming from is that what has happened in the past.
Yeah.
Maybe future, because I know we're all like starting new.
I
know,
understand that.
And just doing it in the future. I think
But
that's
we're-
the biggest thing.
We're operating on, everything I've done, I'm doing on what I've done for the last 30 years.
Right.
Unfortunately, Nate, we're beyond everywhere. The old, where we used to do it on a handshake, and you never had to worry about a thing. You got exactly what you did face to face, and that's what you got.
And we do that now. We get what we don't have any issues now.
And in Nate's defense, getting onto a group buy like the state is a money saver for everybody. We buy fire trucks the same way with the Dallas package.
Right, but that's a very competitive process, and they have documentation to back
Exactly,
that up.
to support.
And when we buy a fire truck, we have, 8 or 10 vendors.
Yep, no, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
it's, I give them credit for doing it that way, not just going down to.
And that stateway is if they're buying groups, right, so that they
State-
can get a bigger discount, right?
I believe the salesman said the state bought 100 and something trucks.
Okay.
And they get the single axle truck and the wheeler. And we were buying a tandem, we call it a wheeler, tandem axle truck. And there's a spec sheet that they order it from.
Yeah.
And we're allowed to take that spec sheet and add to it. We added horsepower to it, and we added, I think we added cloth seats, heated windshield, and heated mirrors.
I think if that's what you're doing, that's really great,
Yeah.
if that's what you're doing.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I've
Okay, so
done
I'd just like to
on the
see,
last
all I'm
week.
asking for is the
Yeah.
the specification sheet, but if you're buying that gets the question, because they are very competitive in the way that they do
Correct.
things. So if you're buying a wheeler that is at a state specification, a single axle truck at a state specification, and then you're adding components at a, price certain after the bid, I think that's great, if that's what you're doing.
Yep.
Okay.
You worked fast from last week to this week.
The international pricing wasn't in from last week. The actual end number, he had to research it, and we've had a tough time getting numbers out of people this year. It's just been slow. And he came in, we had the meeting Tuesday night, and it was Wednesday, he called me with a 141, I think it was. Brought the truck total package to 260, which in the world we're in isn't that bad. The 21 was 197, I think it was. And it's the same truck.
Okay, so can you just refresh me on the excavator? When is the,
I'm going to put that through in the budget process through this next year. We will look at purchasing that in the following fiscal year.
okay, so 25, 26 fiscal year?
July 1st.
And what would you do with the excavator that you have now?
Trade it.
Trade it, okay.
And when do you anticipate getting the new excavator?
We'll see how the budget process go, but I would like to see it sometime in the 1st of July.
1st of July of next year?
Correct. That would be the plan.
So you're gonna purchase it on July 1st and then take
I
delivery
don't, no,
on
I
July
don't know.
1st?
We're going to go through the budget process. See
Okay,
if the town wants to finance it, go through town meeting, and if everything goes as we hope, we'll order it or try not, I'd like to find a rental unit that we can grab cheaper, that we've done very well on that. Our loader was a winter rental we bought used. We've bought a fair amount of equipment used that way. So I wouldn't be able to, it wouldn't be until after July 1st if we do that.
okay. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, I think we're all set, thank you.
Thank
Okay, I just wanted to update everybody. We had on our last agenda in August a joint workshop with the select board, and I did reach out to Rolf and propose some dates. And he responded and declined on the date, so I have sent him a follow-up and proposed a couple more dates. And I have not heard back from him, so I'd like to get that rolling because I think it's important for both of the committees to get together and talk about roles and responsibilities and work together moving forward.
And just a personal request on that. November, December is going to be getting into personal time for me. So
Yes.
I would appreciate if it was before November, if that was
Yes.
possible. That would, because I would like to attend.
On my recent request, I requested in the first week of October. So hopefully we'll be able to get together then.
Excuse me, were we gonna do that after a budget finance committee, or do the joint committee as a meeting?
It's gonna be a Rolf proposed that we do it as a standalone meeting, not have it on either one of the board's
Okay.
nights, just have it independent from that. And the last item on the agenda is consideration for controlling traffic speed as an expense to the town. And I believe that resulted from conversation with a comprehensive plan committee. So Sean?
Yes, so part of the new comprehensive plan talks about traffic safety. It's come to the attention of that committee that citizens do not feel safe driving on our roads. Egypt Road, Main Street, Webb's Mills, add whatever road that you live on, all experience excessive speeds and tailgating. At the last comp plan meeting, we discussed how we want this subject to be a priority action item to begin working on immediately. We discussed how lowering the speed limit won't do anything since the higher speeds are already being ignored. We discussed portable radar speed signs that flash at current speeds when a vehicle goes by that we could move around town. Peter Levitt's research, these signs can be leased, so we won't have to buy them. We also discussed hiring a police presence to enforce safer speeds. Thanks to the information that Sue Look gave us and Jackie on our committee, we contract with Cumberland County for police services, which covers everywhere from at the north, Bridgeton, Harrison, all the way to the east, Harpswell, so a very, very large area. Some of our surrounding towns have hired a designated sheriff deputy to help control their speeds, but the department, from my understanding, is very understaffed. And then just some clarifications about some comments I made at our at that specific workshop, the comprehensive plan workshop. I incorrectly stated that having a police presence could be a good way to make income on ticketed vehicles, but I was incorrect, as it's actually the opposite, where it would be an expense to hire a police presence. And we would not be sharing in those violations. That money actually goes to the state. We only collect income on ticketed vehicles parked on Route 302 from overflow at the Raymond Beach boat launch. So I want to get this committee's thoughts on the subject. What would it take to pursue this as an expense to the town? Is it something we can see with our own eyes, or are we looking to get some hard data collection as evidence? And I just want to ask this committee what your overall experience is with the speeding and the tailgating. Any thoughts?
Well, I have a really odd question because I go on Egypt Road every day, and my vehicle and some like Waze apps say it's 25, yet it says 45.
And new 45 was just put up.
Okay.
New 45
Because
DOT
I was just
put up.
like, hold on. So, I mean, that could be one thing too, where, I mean, I hate tailgating, and I see a lot of people who go slow on Egypt Road, and I'm wondering if there is that disconnect, because mine it's updated frequently, and it still says 25 in certain sections. And so I didn't know, not that that would help any other road, because there is, I mean, people fly by my house every day. But I just thought that was different, so I just didn't know if anyone knew.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think in that case, like, just from my personal experience, I'm doing over 45, I'm still getting tailgated on that road.
Oh, no, I agree, yeah.
That's, but I understand what you're saying, so maybe some people don't recognize it, but DOT just put up a new 45-mile-an-hour speed limit, but I think it's excessive. It's beyond one person going slow,
Oh my gosh.
And
And the road's narrow.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
It's the same thing on Main Street. I mean, it's whatever road you live on. Put your road in there, and are you getting tailgated? Is it speed an issue? So yeah, whatever your thoughts are, I'd like to hear them.
I think those type of signs would help. The ones that also collect data and just does not tell you your speed. It collects the data on how fast they're going, how many are going at different speeds. We could use that to decide whether or not we really needed to hire a sheriff. So I think that would be a good interim step to find out what the problem really is. If you're going to discuss a problem, you've got to have data. And we all have data, but it's our own personal data as we drive the roads in Raymond.
Right. Yeah.
We all know that if you drive through Yarmouth, you're going to drive through Yarmouth at 20 miles an hour. Because if you don't, you get a ticket.
Right.
And so I think we need to find out what really is happening on the roads and then go from there.
And I think it will change seasonally, obviously, as well. That's the difficult thing too. Well, that's true too.
Our roads are very dark driving through at night, and it's getting dangerous. And so kind of my thoughts were, not my thoughts, but committee thoughts, comprehensive plan committee thoughts were, we could maybe invest in leasing these signs to get the data collection first, Jackie Sawyer, who's on that committee, was saying that the Cumberland Sheriff's Office is severely understaffed. I believe that she was saying that, I think she said Naples hires them. One of those towns, it was Naples, Harrison, but
Standish hires them, Naples hires them, Gray hires them.
okay.
They all have contract
Deputy.
officers. Actually, Standish has 2 now.
So those contracts, does that include installing them?
Well, no,
And-
that's for the sheriff to be,
Okay,
he's a cop
so
in
if we're
town.
putting signs out and collecting data, who puts the signs out? Who collects the data? Who's gonna do that? That's what I was asking.
We can borrow that one, county's got one left. We can borrow that from county and set it around. That'll collect data for you. We've got one, the data collecting part of it's not working. We got from the state of Maine 2 years ago, I think it was, and we're waiting on the repair on that. As far as purchasing them, when I looked at it, it was 2 or 3 years ago, they were in $12,000 to $15,000 for the cheapest ones, and they'll get up to 30 to get all the raw data you want.
So do you think we need more than one?
That depends on what you want to do, or you want to collect the information.
Well, I think if we start staging it around, we'll start collecting data.
Take a while.
And see where it goes. That's something your crew can put out,
It's normally goes through the highway department.
goes through highway, okay, DOT?
No, us. No,
You,
yeah,
okay.
DOT won't do anything with it.
I think data collection wouldn't be a bad thing. Again, we don't need, not to say we don't need the stuff right now, but going into the next budget cycle, if we can kind of show, we wouldn't have to like finance anything, but just leasing them.
You'd probably want to do a year to get you a really better sample of what's going on. The data collection on the one we have will collect time, high speed, low speed, and I think that's it on that one. The more expensive ones will actually take photos, license photos and stuff.
Do the sheriff's ones collect data?
They'll collect high and low
That's
speed
treading
and
in
time.
bad water.
That's right.
And number of incidents,
Correct, yeah, a number of it. Every time it picks a speed over you, what you register, what you ask it to register for speed, it'll take that data too.
Are you seeing, just from your crews working, are you seeing it, people disobeying kind of slowing down, or?
A little bit. You've got, people will drive what they're comfortable driving, and then you'll get the crazy one just for a number, 20 cars, some idiot will come through at a very alarming rate of speed. We're on Raymond Hill Road this week, and we had a couple come through there, and the problem with that end of town is it's all local. It's local people that live on that road. And you'd have to split the town up a little bit too, because you get down the village, you got commuter traffic going down Main Street. That's pretty much a racetrack. Cape Road in the summertime is sketchy at best. But you get over onto the north side of town, and a lot of that's just locals going to work in the morning.
But the effectiveness of having a Cumberland County Sheriff sitting on the side of the road, take the school district here, when it's 15 and there's somebody sitting down at either District 2 or on the other side, people are slowing down. They do slow down. So it does work. It's just how much do we want to spend to get people to slow down, and where?
I think it would be a good idea, as Nathan suggests, to borrow the Cumberland County sign and
Use
use
that
that
for
first, and maybe do some more thinking about it. We've done that before, right?
No, we've never borrowed theirs. We've
Was it DOT that we borrowed?
yeah, I think it was the DOT one we borrowed. once.
Okay,
We've-
well, so
like I
if
said,
DOT or the sheriff has it, why don't we borrow it
I agree.
to start?
hopefully, I was kind of hoping we'd have ours fixed way before now.
Is that the one we got at surplus way back?
No, that was a program that DOT had
Okay.
passing them out. We put it on a trailer and set it all up.
Are you waiting for fixing because of money, or what?
No, just couldn't get the parts, just getting parts. It's a warranty issue and
Okay.
just getting the parts.
Can we,
It still runs though, right? So we
Yeah,
could
it's
use
just
it and not collect the data from one, just to see if it made a difference.
flashing?
Yeah,
speed
it's
line?
just, you can only set one speed on it right now. That's all you can do, so we'd have to pick a road that it's at 55, which we don't have in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they would be so
A couple of
excited. They'd be like,
problems.
"I am hitting the speed limit. This is great."
There's a programming issue with it.
Got it. Okay.
Well, I think to borrow one that works and get ours fixed, that's
Yep.
the first step, yeah.
Great.
Great idea, Sean.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, it wasn't my idea. It was just a comprehensive plan, really looking forward here, so. Can we open it up to people on Zoom?
Yes, absolutely.
Can anybody on Zoom or in the audience want to give their thoughts? Whether you are experiencing, is this a good idea?
Can I just speak up on Zoom? Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. This is Vicki Woodbury, 20 Egypt Road. We have a real issue here, and as far as the 45 miles per hour, just a note on that, be careful what you ask for. I sent a note to DOT to see if they'd put a speed sign up for 35, and that's when the 45 sign came up. We have people entering Egypt Road, and it's like they're entering a speedway. As soon as they hit our road, they speed up. And it's so loud, we can't hold the conversation in our driveway or in our lawn. We have to be quiet until they go by. You've got people who've modified their mufflers. You've got big trucks. We've got a truck from Drew Excavating that uses its engine brakes at least twice a day. I also have a picture of them from our security camera on Monday, passing a car in front of our driveway. And if you know where that is, there's a hill right there. There's no way if a car came over the hill that they would have been able to moved back over, and someone would have been killed with that big drum truck. We get a lot of people passing right there. It's the no passing zone. So that's really, really dangerous. We have to close our windows at 5 in the morning because the traffic is so loud. So yeah, the speed is just horrible. The vehicles passing, the noise. So I just wanted to give that input.
So it
Thank you.
was originally 35 and they brought it up to 45? Can you elaborate?
No, I thought it was 35 at the beginning of the road because there used to be a sign as you're coming from 302 and turning on to Egypt Road. There was a 35 mile per hour sign there. And my understanding was that would, come into Egypt Road for a bit before it went to the Egypt Road speed, but that sign got taken down. So I was assuming it was still 35, but apparently not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So could we make a motion to borrow, might need Nate's help again, but it was borrow, where was that specific sign that we could borrow from?
Cumberland County, I can call them, see if they'll loan it to us.
To recommend that.
Yeah, make a motion to recommend that.
Yes.
Well, we don't have the power to tell them to do it.
No, I'll do it. You don't have to, I'll take care
I
of it.
don't know if you need a motion either.
No, I don't need a motion.
Yeah.
I'll take care of it.
But it's, yeah. So he'll do it.
Okay, awesome.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay. Next, we have public comment. Is there any public comment anyone would like to make? Okay. Budget Finance Committee comment. Any comments?
Good.
Okay. All right, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? All right, we are adjourned.
But you use it toward tax relief, and what was that, $500,000 for that first payment? What do we take in, $16 million or something like that in tax revenue? Something along those lines? $500,000 to lower taxes? And what is that, like, I don't know the math, but $50 off people's tax bills, you know? What else can we use that can help and better the community? One of my thoughts was, this violation, I'm glad we got through it. I'm glad the time frame and everything. The next one, we might not get so lucky. Might be a long, bloody fight. Maybe we set some money aside just in case. Defend ourselves as a community. That way, if we do have another violation, we can fight it a little bit better. That's just one of the things that I had asked. I'm not saying that's a suggestion. I think we're going to probably talk about it a little bit more as budget finance. I think we would like to bring you some recommendations, but the question is, what else can we use it for besides just taxes? If you're willing to share.
I don't think 500,000 was put towards tax relief on that.
We
particular
haven't,
one, was it correct?
to begin with, we haven't put anything towards
Right.
anything yet.
Okay, that's what I thought.
What we've done, what was in the warrant article was to authorize use of up to a certain figure for tax relief.
700.
We won't
Yeah.
get into that until we see the actual tax commitments and whatnot.
Yeah.
So that's, that's when we'll decide how much we use towards that. But otherwise, it goes into, at this point, it goes into undesignated surplus, because it has to go into the general fund. It's money that came in. The other side of it is, of course, it offsets overages that we had on the legal side for the last 2 years. So, so I mean, from one standpoint, the only place it can go into is undesignated surplus, because it's money that's come in that was essentially was not anticipated. So that's where it has to go until a decision is made on where finally it gets spent. But as far as how much gets used towards tax relief or whatever, that we will not decide until we see where the valuation comes in at, and where that's going to affect the mill rate and things like that.
Yeah, fair enough. We just want to bring it up now because we're thinking about being on budget finance. We're thinking about the future, and this is a good opportunity to kind of protect our town. And I'm not suggesting anything tonight. I'm not looking for any suggestions, but if you can keep that open mind about how can we use this besides just tax relief.
I just wanted to put that out there from that meeting. So it was keeping the communication back and forth.
Anything else under selectman comment? Okay, town manager's report.
Oh, I forgot I had a piece. I'm sorry. Open up the agenda again.
Don't mind.
So the next meeting dates, we've already talked about them, is, oh, that's the wrong one, is July 9th and August 13th, if that's all right with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And we have, oh, stop. And then I have a computer that isn't set up for me to open Word, so I need to find the PDF version real quick.
We have Thursday, July 4th closed.
Yes, and 4th of July is coming up, so we just had Juneteenth yesterday, and we will have the 4th of July on Thursday, the 4th. And that's really all I have for town manager's report.
Okay. Next item.
A motion to go in executive session on consideration of appointing an interim treasurer pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 4056A.
Second? Second. All those in favor? Okay. We will go into executive session.
A motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion, we're out of executive session.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Joe Crocker as the interim treasurer
Is there a second?
I'll
Point
second
or-
that, yeah.
while we look for a new one.
Right. That's why the term interim. All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
Motion to
Adjourn.
adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned.
Okay, good evening and welcome to the Budget Finance Committee Orientation Workshop. This evening, I would like to go over the Budget Finance Committee ordinance, which lays out how the Budget Finance Committee will operate. We have all gone through this before. How would the committee like to approach it? Do we want to read through it out loud, or we just want to read through it individually with paragraphs?
I think we go through it with paragraphs,
Okay,
each paragraph, and see if there are any questions or
okay.
any comments.
Seems to me the most significant piece of it is probably the powers and duties.
Okay,
You think?
sure. Why don't I go ahead and just read the paragraph, and then we'll decide if we want to
Okay.
discuss it?
Yep.
Does that sound okay, Don?
Sounds good to me. yeah.
Okay. Section 5, powers and duties. The Budget and Finance Committee shall have the following powers and duties: to consider each article for raising, appropriating, or borrowing monies to be expended by or for the town, with opportunity for discussion with those persons proposing the same, and to make recommendations on such articles to the town meeting for which they were drawn, which shall appear on the warrant in substantially the following form. The Town Budget and Finance Committee recommends approval or disapproval. Paragraph B, to discuss with and make recommendations to the Select Board on proposals for specific expenditures. Paragraph C, to investigate and recommend to appropriate town departments the availability of federal and state and other grants, loans, guarantees, and other assistance for the town, and the types, terms, benefits, and disadvantages thereof. Paragraph D, to study and make recommendations on the general financial position, policies, and practices of the town and its departments. Paragraph E, to study and make recommendations on any proposal for payment of services or equipment by bond or note. Any such proposal, with the exception of general tax anticipation notes, which will be reviewed under Section 5D, will be accompanied by an impact statement and recommendation for rejection or approval. Paragraph F, to develop and maintain, with the input from all other committees and boards in town, a 5-year moving capital improvement plan. And paragraph G, to study and report to the Select Board potential revenue raising opportunities that may require actions by the board or town manager. Okay, section C6 is membership, quorum, and voting. The Budget Finance Committee shall consist of 7 voting members plus the chair of the Select Board, who shall be a non-voting ex officio member. The reduction in number from 9 to 7 will occur due to attrition. Existing members may continue as voting members on the committee, and each may petition to be a candidate on upcoming ballots. I don't think we need to go through the rest of that. Section B, the chair and the vice chair of the Budget and Finance Committee shall be elected by a majority of the Budget and Finance Committee voting members at the first meeting after June 30th of each year. C, voting members must be residents of the town of Raymond and shall be elected annually by the town via secret ballot vote at the annual town meeting and have staggered 3-year terms. Section D, any vacancy among the voting members shall be filled either via appointment by the Select Board until the next annual town meeting secret ballot vote following the creation of that vacancy, or by the town at the first annual town meeting secret ballot vote following the creation of that vacancy. E, the Budget and Finance Committee shall officially act only in the presence of a quorum of 4 voting members. Official motions will pass only on a majority vote of all voting members of the Budget and Finance Committee, unless the Budget and Finance Committee unanimously votes to adopt other rules at the first meeting of the year after the annual meeting and agrees to utilize the revised voting procedure for the full year. No member of the Budget and Finance Committee shall vote on a budget item in which the member has an interest. That makes sense. F, all members shall abide by the rules for conflict of interest pursuant to 30A MRSA subsection 2605. All members will sign upon taking their oath of office and will adhere to the Town of Raymond Code of Ethics for appointed and elected municipal officials. I don't think we need to go through the non-attendance. Severability, if in any part or part, section or subsection, sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance is for any reason declared to be unconstitutional or invalid, such shall not affect the validity of constitutionality of the remaining portions of this ordinance or any rules or regulations promulgated hereunder. And this ordinance shall become effective upon passage by the legislative body of the town of Raymond at a duly called town meeting. Okay. Are there any sections that anyone would like to discuss or go over or questions on? We're all good?
I'm good, and I guess, you know, despite having served for 23 years, and I was aware of this ordinance, obviously, but the Budget Committee hasn't operated as, I guess, as close to these codicils as they might have, and so I think, you know, particularly, you know, from B down through G, there's going to be a change in the operating procedures for the good, I think, absolutely, but it's a lot more intensive sort of interaction and study than what has been done in the past.
I would agree with you, Dan.
Yeah, and so the biggest thing to me was this development of the CIP, and I guess that's something you've been working on.
Yes, I have. I'm very interested in putting together a document that lists all of we're going to work with the Public Works Director on our next CIP review and put together a document that lists all of the equipment and have it sorted by the age of the equipment so you can see the oldest to the newest, and put out 5 columns for the next 5 years of the budget cycle. And then what we had in the middle was the price paid when the equipment was bought. And that's the only known value that we have. And we also have the year of when the Public Works Director plans to replace that equipment. So if we take those figures and put them in the columns and sum them up, then we will have the actual estimate of probably of what we have coming in the next 5 years. And so I've requested that from the town manager, and that will be sent to us in an e-packet, but...
So it'll be similar to what the fire department's always done?
Exactly. That's exactly how the fire department did it.
Right.
And we should do that for the public works, so we're consistent across the board and can look at the summaries, because we have a lot of high expenditures coming in the next 5 to 10 years between the fire department equipment, the public works equipment, Jordan Small School coming back to the town, the comp plan moving forward. These are very high value items, and to do what we're asked to do, we need to have all of those figures.
Right. You know, some of the other things in here I think are kind of interesting about, you know, grants and so forth and revenue sources. That's something that the committee has never done either, and the staff does that. And so I think that's going to have to be, by design, a collaborative effort. But that's an interesting thing to see if we can uncover, you know, opportunities that, you know, might be available to us to supplement the budget or to apply for specific initiatives. And so that's not something that has been done either during my time. And I think that's a pretty exciting opportunity as well.
Yes.
So there's some good stuff in here.
Yes, and I think it would be a great opportunity for us to learn how to do that.
Yeah, we actually have a great person on staff with Kathy Goslin, who has done a lot of grantsmanship successfully for the town. Bruce Tupper has been very successful in that area as well. And so we have some people on staff who are good at it.
That's great.
So that's
good for the
exciting.
town.
And then as far as revenues, it's always a good idea to see if you can find additional revenues. And so we can work on that for sure. You know, besides grants, but yeah. Although we have seen some changes in the fee schedule and other things that we've done, and, you know, monetizing some particular, you know, functions, some in public works, you know, the rental equipment and whatnot. We should take a look at all that stuff in detail. But yeah, so there's a lot of things to think about here.
Okay.
This document doesn't get amended much. It was 1980, 1995, and the last time was 2018, which was 6 years ago. Was there anything that you had read or thinks needs to be added or amended to this that you think that are I mean, 2018 wasn't that long ago, but anything you think to kind of bring us into?
Not particularly, but I think as we maybe work through this new budget cycle with this thing as the guiding light as to what the committee's roles and responsibilities are, I think any kind of deficiencies might become apparent through that process. But I don't have anything offhand. I just think it's it's obviously an expansion of what's been done, and I think it's just been done by, precedent and practice, and this is actually the governing document. And I think Dennis originally dug into this when he was on the budget committee, and that was a good thing. And so obviously this should be passed out, handed out for new members, and there should be an orientation like this, including this every year. But when I came, that wasn't done, and I admit, I mean, I just went with the flow of how the committee was operating.
I have a question as to how the budget committee, or if the budget committee can recommend additions to the warrant. If the budget committee feels there are things that have not been included in the warrant that might be something that the town ought to look at, or at least the select board might look at to add to the warrant, is there any way we can do that, or the committee could do that?
I think under law you can suggest most anything. I mean, you got to make sure that it's in compliance with Maine law, and under home rule, I think you can do that. One thing I used to hear a lot about is the idea that at the town meeting, warrant articles could be reduced but not increased, and so, to me that always seemed kind of anti-democratic. There may be some prohibition, but I would think that democracy would work both ways. As the town meeting, the annual town meeting, of course, is the governing body of the town, like the Congress of the town. And so that'd be like telling Congress, you can only reduce budgets, you can't increase them. But that's just my thing. I think the worry is that a small group of people could come in and make a big change, but in my history in local government, 40 years, I've never seen that.
What's that?
B covers it, so it's
B?
to discuss with and make recommendations to select board on proposals for specific expenditures. Section 5B.
That's what I was looking at, and that's why I was questioning whether that's ever been done before.
Right.
Is the operative word there recommendation?
To discuss with and make recommendations to the select board on proposals for specific expenditures. So, I mean, discussion and recommendation. Sure. So as far as what you were asking was changing words, I think they keep hearing this a lot over the last couple of meetings. You can't change this. You're just voting yes or no and what your recommendation is. The way this is kind of lining it up, it doesn't seem like we could be adding anything, but the discussion needs to be had to make that recommendation ahead of time. I think the question that you have is, well, if you have a certain recommendation and it's kind of overlooked, what happens to it?
Right. Or is there a way that we could meet with the select board before the formal meetings are held, in which things can't be changed, so that we could discuss the articles at a point where they might be changed, or a word added or subtracted, or a sentence changed, before we get to the point where nothing can be done.
Right.
Because if the committee is looking at things that can't be changed, it handicaps us.
Mm-hmm. Get to it before that point.
Right. I mean, I could see maybe doing it before that point, but I don't think we've ever had that opportunity before to do that.
I don't think so either.
No,
I think, so what we're looking at is drafting up the warrant language and presenting it as a draft, and having a meeting with the select board
Absolutely.
and the budget committee, and have that dialogue both ways,
Yes.
where the opportunity to make changes to the warrant language would exist.
Mm-hmm. There'd be less loggerheads, I would think, if we had some forum in which we could sit down and have a discussion as to what the warrants are gonna look like.
So, well, I think this committee's gone a long way to already start that ball rolling. And what I'm hearing is that what there needs to be is more communication, and it has to be communication that's thoughtful and respectful and comprehensive. That's my word of the day. But what I'd tell you is that as far as, and I think I understand what you're suggesting, Frank, would be, and I think I agree with Don on this, is that as it stands right now in town government, it's the selectmen that basically give the thumbs up or down on a warrant article, and then it goes to the people. What we've seen, I think, for the first time since I've been here, is a people's, correct me if it's happened before, but a people's petition basically has said, even if the select board chooses not to place something before the people, if you get the requisite number of petition signers, then the people can override the select board and say, we want this issue to go to a vote. And so, you know, the actions of this committee this last year that I've watched, and the actions of just the last select board meeting with the people involved with the solar farm, basically have they've done what you're saying, which is that's where there's a way to circumvent, if you will, the select board if they don't want to listen to the people.
Peter, would you introduce yourself, just so people will know
sure.
who's talking? You can sit here and I've turned the microphone so you'll be able to.
The wireless
workshop,
mic, can we
right?
give it to them?
Oh, yeah.
So people.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. And so basically, what I'd say is that, and I'm sorry, I came in a little late, but I believe you were going over the ordinance that governs the Budget Finance Committee. As I had mentioned, I think at the emergency meeting, it would behoove you, and I know it's more work on your plate, but you know, I've done it before, so it's, I know that it's valuable, and that's to look at using that document to just basically sculpt out some bylaws for the committee. That may help down the road with questions about Roberts, with questions about you know, when you meet and how you meet, and you know, the attendance thing. When I was on the Board of Appeals, Zoning Board of Appeals, there was an issue that we had to deal with involving a member in attendance, because that is something that has to be necessary. The last thing I just say in a comment about what I did hear being read is, as far as the ethics part, or the code of ethics that all committee members basically commit to, the one thing that I've seen, that this is just my own personal opinion, it hasn't been enough emphasis on, is not conflicts of interest, but my understanding of ethically minded thought would be that you avoid even the appearance of a conflict. And I know a conflict is basically fiduciary. So it means if you have a direct, or even you can draw the line to a rather substantial indirect involvement in some financial gain, that's a conflict of interest. And it doesn't have to be money, it can be real estate, it could be where your kid goes to school, it could be any of those things. If you're using your influence on a vote that is that is a conflict, in conflict with the issue being discussed. And I've seen that pretty much followed through for the most part. Avoiding the appearance of conflict, however, I don't think has been given its due here. And what it does is it shakes the people's faith in government. So, you know, the awarding of contracts, I know that there was a discussion at the select board meeting that someone brought up about, was it really the best thing to award Q-Team a contract in the town after they were involved in a lawsuit with the town, in which clearly, from my perspective, they knew what was right and wrong there. And so I'm not saying that you get into blackballing or keeping a list or any of that sort of stuff. What I'm basically just saying is there a little more thought going into those processes? And you know, it just raises that index of suspicion. So those are my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay, go ahead, Dennis.
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape Road. along with the research I had to do to get this ordinance and find out what our duties were when I was on your board, what I didn't find is anything that says that the select board will do the warrants. It says that we'll talk about and they will prepare it on this. But what I'm talking about as far as they would be the only ones, and let me explain where I'm going with this. Nothing makes a warrant without the select board approval. So it's redundant to say the select board approves, because we're not putting anything in for them to disapprove, as is no one else. So when this was drawn up, I think clearly what the town wanted was a separation of the financial part of it. Certainly with capital improvement programs, that's black and white. And as we learned in the last 3 years, we've yet to attain from anyone a CIP plan, an actual plan for public works. We haven't. That's a fact. And I think that why you as chair have decided that you're going to move forward with it and put out a plan that obviously looks like they empowered you to do from that town meeting. But to have a select board that doesn't allow anything on a warrant, to have to say they approved it, seems redundant to me.
I think that's a really excellent point, and I don't know legally if this could be something to consider. More accurately, the Board of Selectmen propose.
Right.
They propose, and then the Budget Finance Committee, as the check and balance on the Board of Selectmen's financial authority, might approve or disapprove.
And in the ordinance, it says the Budget Committee will present this at town meeting.
Right.
The Budget Committee.
Yeah.
Will present it. And so both of those two things, both the power to do what's really, to be involved with the policy, and the interesting thing is when it talks about the departments, and I've read this several times, but then again, I've been wrong on a few things, but it talks about the town and the departments. The town, the D, to study and make recommendations on the general financial positions, policies, practices of the town and its departments. We on the select board are the town's representatives. So this is directly saying that we have, or the Budget Committee has input on the town, which is the select board represented in the town, and the departments. I mean, that to me, and I'm really glad we're going to have an executive session coming up with a lawyer on Robert's Rule of Order and the powers and everything to figure this out. Because if we don't need a select board, again, I'm on the select board, if you don't need my approval and we decide what goes on a warrant, I mean, I've yet to see a selectman recommendation in over 20 years, 25 years, say, we don't approve, because they put it on.
Right.
So it's
right, and if they don't want to put it on, it doesn't get there at all.
Right.
Yeah.
So really what I think was supposed to happen is, even if they were making proposals, the Budget Committee would decide whether they approve their recommendations or disapprove. And then that would go to the body, the way I read this. But we're going to have an attorney, and it'd be good to have it, because as it's turned out, we've requested an attorney at least twice, and we haven't been able to get an attorney to kind of interpret this.
Yeah.
Right.
So from my opinion, for what it's worth.
I think it's more than rhetorical. I think it's an excellent point. You know, the idea that they're approving something that they proposed and initiated, and if they didn't, it wouldn't be there. I mean, it's not like they're reviewing something. I mean, they do review the department budgets and make a decision. So to me, it's proposing to the townspeople, this is what we want.
Right.
And then if you have a regulatory body, which is what this is, you know, to pass on it in the affirmative or the negative, then that would be the recommendation you might look at, right? And I had a couple comments before Dennis got up on your comments. And first, thanks for agreeing with me. That's nice. But the first one was the circumvent the Board of Selectmen, the public. I would say that it provided an opportunity to facilitate an avenue for the public to have their voice heard, which is a nice thing. And that's what happened there. And there was another point that you made there as well. That I'm trying to recover that now, but well, perhaps it'll come to me. But anyway, that was to me that was an important point. Oh, you talked about conflict of interest and, impropriety. So there's an old adage in public administration and public life, the appearance of impropriety or, conflict of interest equals it. So if it looks bad, it is bad. And so you want to try to always avoid that. Appearance of impropriety is impropriety. In the public side.
So would the Budget Finance Committee be interested in working with the Select Board to clarify some of these paragraphs on how this works and to make some changes to it, to the Budget Finance Committee ordinance or to the Select Board ordinance? Just tossing it out there.
According to this document, that's what we're supposed to do. The way I'm reading it is that our say in representing the town, that there needs to be, just like Dennis was saying, there needs to be more than just, hey, we're gonna put this on. Actually, you have made a very good point too. It's more than just like, this is what we're going to put on. At the same time, the flip side is, this is what we're not going to put on. I think it's very much like that. It's funny that you said that because it popped in my head. Like, yeah, I never really thought about that one. Of course, they're going to put on there what they will want, but
Yeah, I didn't think of it, Dennis did. But it's absolutely right, though.
Does A not say that we recommended at town meeting? Under our powers, A is the first thing?
to consider each article for raising, appropriating, or borrowing monies to be expended by or for the town, with opportunity for discussion with those persons proposing the same, and to make recommendations on such articles to the town meeting for which they were drawn, which shall appear on the warrant and subsequently the following form. The Town Budget and Finance Committee recommends approval/disapproval.
That's how I read it. To make recommendations on such articles to the town meeting. That's you?
So, how, in recent history, how have these warrants been drawn up? Is there an attorney who's drawing them up, or is it just like up to language?
No, unless it's something like, that requires bond counsel, like that bond language came through the bond counsel. If it's something highly technical in the land use area, then the land use attorneys would probably be involved. It'd be a complex article. Most of the articles, however, are standard articles you see year to year. So those would be just, they do get tweaked from time to time, with changes in law or changes in local practice, but they would basically be plug and play, how much for administration or public works or public safety, whatever. Those would not be, those have been the same forever. But certain articles every year would go through various legal counsel.
Okay. Well, I think that we're part of that legal counsel.
Yeah, you can ask the legal counsel, but to me it would be bonding and land use.
Okay.
Or perhaps something really unusual, which we had a while back, like the IRT with the military, that might have been one, and something that's not typical, that might require a federal or state language. That would come from outside.
I'm just trying to think of, would there be a case where the Budget Committee has a warrant article that they would like to see and propose it to the Select Board?
Sprinkle in the building.
Right. But that didn't get put in the warrant.
They refused, I asked.
That's another reason why we should have that meeting ahead of time with the select board as the warrant is being drawn up, so that we're at the table. If there are things that we feel that should be added or changed or whatever, it can be considered.
You know, something that just came to me and is the whole garage project and how that happened, you know, the level of planning or lack thereof. And so, you know, it would seem like a potential addition, maybe not to this document, but to some document, ought to be a standard operating procedure for how you go about capital projects, and maybe take a look at the bidding, you know, documents of the town to make sure they're what they should be. I know some departments are very good at adhering to them, public safety, for instance, and others maybe not as much. So I think that would be a good thing to look at too.
Does the town have a set of standard operating procedures?
There are various operating procedures, but I'm talking about the ones that are related to finance. Maybe get every particular policy that relates to finance. And so, you know, if you were doing a major project, it would seem to me that you'd want to do a level of due diligence. You could actually do that in a sort of a formula way. You know, it's not hard. You do this, you know, form a committee, as Dennis had recommended, and you do your, you know, needs analysis, space analysis, architectural reviews, bidding, you know, get some cost proposals. There's a number of things you do. That's what you did for BAW.
Yes,
so you probably
exactly.
know the process and how that ought to be laid out.
Yes.
So that's would be my suggestion, is that maybe there ought to be something like that for how you go about doing capital projects. And then to look at the current bid policy, which I haven't looked at for a while, and I know that it was made more liberal under the, not this finance director, but two before. And she did that because of the, you know, that some departments were following it, you know, in a very precise way, and others not very well at all. And so that seemed to be the idea of making it a more, I don't want to use the word loose, but a more non-structured sort of document was done. To me, it would probably be reasonable to look at that and say, can we put in boundaries, gate posts that work for the town and work for all the departments but are specific? That's what I would do.
Going back to the warrants too, at the last select meeting, a young lady who's very involved in solar had mentioned that a lot of people went and they voted that Tuesday, and they thought they were voting for something to do with the solar, and then turns out it wasn't what they thought it was. I think the language is very confusing for a lot of people, and I think that us having the ability to look this over, because I mean, I voted on this thing twice. First time we made a recommendation, and then the second time was at the actual voting on Tuesday. And I mean, most of that stuff, I've seen it twice, so I already know going in. But if you haven't seen this and you're looking through this, it's a lot of language.
That goes back to a point that Dennis made in a big way, you know, this year, and that is the annual town meeting. If you did this in an open public town meeting, which I'm not sure how many years you've lived in town, but, you know, for years, for decades, you know, that's the way the town did it. That's how most towns do it, an open annual town meeting. And so that's where you get that explanation that you're talking about and details.
Yes. I do agree with that, yeah. I know.
And you'd have an ability to debate it.
Right. Mm-hmm. So we're like serving stuff up on a platter for people to say yes or no to, and they're...
Right, and you got all these warrant articles that you have to read, and then there's all this backing information that you're never going to be able to read at the polls. So the idea, and I do agree with the notion that more voters is more democracy, but it may be less well-informed voters if they can't read these voluminous documents in advance.
Right. And I worked at the election, and there were several people that came up and asked for the documents to be able to read them at the polls.
So,
Dennis?
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape. One of the things I kept ringing in my head through the last budget process was 2 years ago, there was 3.5 put in, plus $1 million for the pickleball court. That kind of happened at the very last meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee, and it came back as a warrant, and then we couldn't do anything about it. And then it was pulled off. For whatever reason, the 3.5 didn't seem to work, but obviously the next year we knew it was because it was 6.2, not 3.5. And $150,000 was put in for the money without really any discussion except to vote for that warrant up or down. Again, it didn't go through the Budget Committee, it came back from the Select Board. So my feelings were that whole year when I decided to read and find out what our powers were, was perhaps one line that said, anything that goes to bond or out for over $1 million should have a special town meeting or a public meeting to discuss that. You know, that would eliminate what took place with this whole process, because it went from 2.5 to 3.5 to 150,000 to study, of which $62,000, I think, if I quoted him right, was spent so far. 62,000 out of 150, I think is what he said. Maybe that's what's left. I don't know. There was a lot going on. But either way, the reality is, when you get to the point where you're spending $1 million, $2 million, 6.2 with interest of 8.1, that should be an automatic public town meeting or special town meeting. And I think you made a very good suggestion as our chair of how to slow the process down and get it done, because the Public Works Director never said it was an emergency. It just seemed like it was an emergency with all the changes to everything. So if nothing else happens, a simple ordinance change in the budget recommended by the Budget and Finance Committee, or maybe a petition drive saying anything over 2 million or whatever the magic number is. But certainly there should be a trigger that makes an automatic special town meeting. And I'm talking about one that's posted so everyone knows it's going on, not some of these meetings that happen at 8:30 in the morning or whatnot. And you can't be transparent if you're not letting the public know what we're about to spend the money on. So whatever the number you decide as a budget committee, I certainly think it would be advisable.
I want to ask Dennis a question, and that is, at the last Board of Selectmen meeting, and I know it wasn't you making this statement and proposal, but the idea was that the garage project didn't fail, the bonding failed, and that the planning process was going to continue. And so one question I might have is, when is no?
Well, I think I think that raised enough issues from the public without me having to take a position on it. I tried to say, again, in the...
So I know you weren't saying that.
I think that they failed, not just because they didn't follow any kind of practice that we had done in the past, which is standard even in BIW and private industry, but it failed because the public felt left out. And I know when I did my group meetings, everyone wanted to know what was going on, and why have we been so isolated from what's going on with this. And there wasn't a chance. But we had a special town meeting for the band, which was less than $1 million, but not one for 6.2. And I find it ironic. And there's either something here that, and I don't want to undermine a group I'm on, because I'd rather have the financial part separated from the select board if I had my way. And I actually believe, my opinion only, that I saw more wisdom out of the budget committee, lacking me, just the people that I didn't know you, Karen. I didn't know Deanna. I didn't know you, Sean. I mean, I didn't know anyone, but I heard a lot of common sense from a public point of view, a citizen's point of view, than what I heard through that budget process. And so, I mean, I think that until the public gets what they want, which is transparency and what's wrong with the other 7 bays. Dave Brown said that it was maintenance. I read it, and the summary seemed to be maintenance. They didn't condemn the building. And so if you've got a public works director saying that he wants 4 bays of storage, and we've got 7 bays right now, then there's got to be something for the public to understand why we're doing it. And that's all. Just the transparency would really... I was shocked at the numbers myself, because I didn't run around talking about the facility. I ran around talking about transparency, and I still believe it, big time.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that meeting.
Yeah, I did.
I had to get up there and say that the way I heard it was exactly what you said. The building didn't fail, just the plan to bond it. We're going to find a different way to do this thing. And I stood up there, I said, that's pretty unpopular, very unpopular. And then I got down, and a young lady came up and she said, yeah, am I hearing the same thing? And they said, oh, no, we never do that. So either they were misspeaking, or a person of the public echoed what I was saying, and then they realized again how unpopular it was. But my opinion on that was that you need to show the people why we need this. There was never, as a budget finance committee, we were never shown any of that stuff. And a comment was made, well, that came out the same day that you were voting on it. Well, it was never given to us. And even if it did, do you think a day is enough time to look over that and make a decision on that? So if I can't speak on it about the reasons why we need it as a budget finance committee, how am I supposed to explain to the rest of the town this is what we need? So, yeah, I think that we've been dealing with this issue now for 2 years. This is the biggest one, but I think that there's a lot of other things that we should have a lot of say in, including coming up with this tax break. You know, the finances that we're receiving back from the violation. That's something I think that we have every right to make recommendations on. And I think that we need to make recommendations on that.
I agree.
How do we get back to the point that we made through this process that the process was not done? And that we truly believe, and I think the committee said this, that you cannot do this type of project without going through the process. It seems to me at the last selectmen's meeting, they said they didn't want to go through the process.
What they said, what the Public Works Director said, which was interesting, was that, you know, we'll get the money and then we'll do the process.
But
That's what he said.
How do we get back to that point where, if in fact we're going to have a Public Works garage, that we go through the process? The process could be done very quickly. It would not take long. I do not believe with the right people on the committee, and we could go with it. Whatever the committee ends up recommending, whatever the committee that looks at it recommends.
Dennis Morse, I know I'm kind of talking a lot, but I've given so much thought to this. You have the right to capital improvement. You are the body that does the 5-year plan. And if there's a capital improvement bigger than this facility, I'd like to know what it is. I think you have a right to do the committee that the select board doesn't want to do. And if they don't want to accept the recommendation, if they don't want to work with that committee, then they should publicly come out and say that they don't want to do it. But right now, it says you research, you investigate, you interview, and you are, in fact, proposing a CIP plan. Well, if the bond was voted down, the only other route to go is through the capital improvement program, the plan. And I think the facility, there are certain things that was clearly needed. We know that. You know, the wash bay and the mechanics bay is common sense. But I do think you need the committee's involvement so the public knows that it's someone outside of the political realm of elected officials. And I do think you have the power to do that. I don't know how you don't with capital improvement being your it says right there.
You brought this up at the meeting and it seemed to be rebuffed, so it would be, I think, maybe not tonight because it's a workshop meeting, but perhaps the play would be for the Budget Finance Committee, you know, in the absence of a policy, which was what I suggested, to make the recommendation that we follow that procedure that you outlined.
Could that be part of the agenda of our next meeting? Yeah.
We could do that.
And I think that should be on the agenda, that we'll discuss whether or not we will go forward with the idea of setting up a committee.
Because once again, I may be wrong, but it looks like right now what we're doing is continuing to plan for the thing that failed, and without changes.
That's the way I saw it.
And I may be wrong, but that's what it sounded like.
Well, we have heard over the last 2 years that this Public Works garage has been talked about for the last 10 years. And to my knowledge, the first time it was discussed was last year during the budget deliberations. And then at the last select board meeting, we heard that there's a separation between the town has already voted on the Public Works garage, and what was turned down was the funding of the project. And honestly, I cannot remember voting for a Public Works garage in recent memory.
There's no vote for the Public Works garage, but the other thing that would be interesting, I think should be requested, is for a 10-year history of, you know, the various planning functions that occurred, you know, the engineering, space analysis, all the different things that were done. And I was here, so I think it's going to be a short list over 10 years.
Okay.
So, but I think that we have to ask for that, because that's what was said, was that it's been planned for 8 to 10 years. And so I don't know what planning means exactly, but if you ask for the details of the planning, then we'll know.
Yes, okay.
Our vice chair had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Deanna, hi.
Hi guys, sorry, I've been writing as we go, so this is great. I have a couple of things. I looked up the Citizens Guide in Maine regarding warrants because I was like, we've been talking about this, and it says that we can definitely come up with the ideas and give them to the select board so that they can decide if they're going to put it on a warrant. So I think what we're doing right now is great because we're preparing it so that we can give to the select board so that they can decide about the warrant. If it says, according to state law, we can always do a petition if they don't want to put it on the warrant, but it needs to be signed by the number of registered town voters equal to at least 10% of the number of votes cast for governor in the last election. I mean, I'm sure that our town would know more about that, but I'm just reading it from a citizen's guide, almost like a cheat sheet on how to do that. Going to talking about the town meetings, I think it's a great idea if we had one. And I think that what would be important, because before I ever was on this committee, I didn't really know too much about the town meetings. But now we have that marquee. I mean, I know we've been utilizing it. I think if we placed it on there and also stated that it would be recorded and available for people to view at raymond.org, I think that would be huge, or the address that we have, because people might not be able to attend. But if we say we're going to be discussing warrants and what people will be voting on, I think more people might be involved. That's sort of what I had.
Yeah.
Peter wants something.
Okay, Peter, I have a couple things I want to say.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. What I'm hearing, though, and what I understand is, I'll just give you a brief example, and correct me if I'm wrong. Any citizen can propose to the select board a warrant article, right? So, I mean, that includes everyone on this committee right now. In February, I went to a planning board meeting as a private citizen. Code enforcement officer was there. The code enforcement officer's task annually is to bring before the planning board his proposals or proposals he's received from the citizens of the town as to what ordinances they would like to have, and to ask the select board through the planning board to place it on the warrant. One of the points that I brought up was the fact that the accessory dwelling units and the policy for them, what the planning board had done was basically assigned arbitrarily 700 square feet. And I just thought that was a little impractical. I looked at some model ordinances from other municipalities, and I proposed to the at that time code enforcement officer, chief code enforcement officer, I really think this should be increased to like $1,250. That makes it more practical for a starter home or for an elderly couple to move in and free up their 3-bedroom, 2-bath colonial. So the bottom line is, I proposed that to the code enforcement officer that brought it up at the February meeting to the planning board, and the planning board then formulated an ordinance and sent it to the select board, and the select board approved it to be put on the warrant, and at the election, it got voted in as an ordinance change. So I guess what I'm just saying is that a lot of the stuff you're talking about is absolutely great as far as participative. We need more of the public. We need more of someone who's going to be riled up enough to circulate a petition to say, we don't believe you're hearing us. So we have a route to change that. We have a mechanism. In the legalese, it's always, well, what's the remedy? Well, there's a remedy for a lot of what's happening with our warrant, and I couldn't agree more. One of them is to get back to an in-person town meeting. And I'm a firm believer in that, and I was able to experience it, as some of you have, when I first came in the community in '85. There were certainly the resident curmudgeons from the town that would get up to that mic, but boy, you know, I mean, they proposed things that got people buzzing and talking and asking more questions, and it was a little bit clearer. And as far as the language of warrants goes, I think that there's been a history in this town government whereby what happens is that phraseology or loopholes, you know, so are used rather than, you know, what's the intent of the particular discussion. So what I heard at that select board meeting last was that, well, actually, what the town voted down was the bonding, the funding. They didn't really vote down the building, and you're all absolutely right. That's because nobody has asked them if they want a building. And what we've been told is that, oh, they've wanted a building for a decade or more. That may be true, but wanting and what the community wants are two different things. You know, so the employees may want the building. The truck drivers may want the building. Some of the people in town may want the building. We don't know that. We haven't asked them. So I applaud you what you're trying to do here as far as, and I think you already started it. Personally, I think that just by your actions, that what I considered before the noise started about the Public Works garage was that, well, this will be like a lot of the other things. It's just going to go on a referendum and it's going to be voted in, and that's that. And I believe that it changed. It changed with, I believe, this board setting a precedent of saying we do not recommend. And when your discussion before and in the ordinance about recommendation, and then of course it goes to the select board for a decision as to whether it makes it on the warrant or not, there is a function here that you were involved with, which is the select board recommends, and the Budget Finance Committee does not recommend. So there is actually a mechanism now that exists. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be that but this body can't put together a recommendation for a warrant article and submit it to the select board. But I think we can do that as private citizens as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm not familiar with, has the town of Raymond held public hearings in the past on certain topics? I don't know what
Well,
would...
that's another good question. I mean, if you were going to do something by a secret ballot, and I think normally you would hold a public hearing, which would be an opportunity to have a back and forth with the community over the details. You'd have a public presentation, something of this magnitude, an $8.1 million facility. You would hold a public hearing and have the engineers and other consultants, the town staff, members of the governing body, if they had information that they thought was helpful and wanted to share, you'd have that presentation, and then the public would have an opportunity to ask questions, and then you'd go to a secret ballot.
And you could do that as a hybrid. You could have a afternoon meeting in which all of the articles were discussed, everybody had a chance to have their say. At the end of the meeting, they opened the polls, and they would run the polls from the end of that meeting until 8 o'clock at night. And then they'd open them again the next morning and run them all day the next day, so that they could get a lot of people out to vote, but they'd be much more informed about what they were voting on, because those people who wouldn't come or couldn't come to the meeting could watch it.
It would have to be a special town meeting,
No,
rather than an annual town meeting.
right, it would have to be but it could be a whole new process that we could set up to do this.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a whole new process, but it could be done. People could be informed. The people who were there get a chance to vote before they went home. The people who were watching the meeting from home would have a chance to come the next day and vote also, with a lot more information.
Yes. Do you recall if Raymond has ever had a public hearing before?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they have?
Yeah,
Like,
we've had
what were
public
the
hearings.
topics about?
Public safety, too.
Okay, he says public safety too, that was 20 odd years ago. We don't, interestingly, spoiler alert here, we don't have a lot of major capital projects at this magnitude. In fact, nothing close to this magnitude for the town. And so the last big projects we had were in the early 2000s. And so he's saying, and I believe him because it's standard operating procedure, there were 2 public hearings for that, and that was a 1.2 million. And of course, adjusted for inflation, that's a big project even today. But that's how you do it. That's how you get the information out. And that, for whatever reason, wasn't done. And you know, that may be something we need to look at the law and see. I almost think that that's a requirement. Would you think, Peter?
Yeah, we've had many public.
Right, for land use, for other.
Sure, whether it's cell towers or pipelines, and things that the community was galvanized about, and then there were proposals made, but there had to be a public hearing.
And that's the opportunity, if you're not going to have an open oral town meeting, that's the opportunity for the public to be heard and to have that back and forth discourse over a particular initiative. And you know, there's no vote, but there's a lot of information and a lot of people can share their opinions about something.
Sure. Yeah, I've heard there's a lot of argument the last year or so about the fact that, well, this information is out there, nobody comes to the public hearings as an explanation as to why, you know, there isn't a lot of credence and that a small group, an organized group can hijack.
Well, you know, I was watching that last meeting, and there was an example of that with the TIF. You know, you were talking about the change in the TIF, which I guess had a lot of documentation around it. I have to admit, I didn't go read it, but basically, you know, and there probably was nobody here. I guess there was nobody here who wanted to have an opinion one way or the other, but that was a substantial change, and it was just, you know, the documentation was so long that the moderator, you know, felt he didn't need to read it, and that anybody who would have been interested would have already read it, which may be a logical thing to say, but I think that if you had an opportunity to provide just a brief synopsis, and I think the chair did try to do that, of the Board of Selectmen, so that people could understand it as to what was actually happening.
Are you talking about broadband? When it was,
yeah, the broadband thing.
It was commented that this is too long, I'm not going to read it?
Right. Right, but I think Rolf did try to explain it, though, somewhat.
Little synopsis. I think everybody that was there already knew what it was about. Going back to transparency stuff, everybody that was there was going to vote yes on it. So if you, again, didn't understand it or didn't want it, didn't seem like there was, I mean, of course there was opportunity for you to come out and say something. But the people who believe in it are going to come out, and the people who aren't sure are not going to come out. They're not going to ask questions. So, I mean, and then just the throwaway statement, basically, of this is too long. Everybody that was there was going to vote yes on it.
We'd already had one meeting.
Yeah.
The one didn't count.
Well, I think the way, by the way, to get, this is interesting, it's kind of a chicken egg thing, but I think the way to get public participation and involvement and, you know, debate and discussion about these major communications initiatives is to promote communications and to give people an opportunity. And when you have more communications about things, evidence enough is this last run for, you know, the Board of Selectmen. I think there was a lot of information out there for people on both sides to be able to look at and make an evaluation as to how they felt about some of the issues. And so that's the purpose of having these meetings.
Exactly.
And having these discussions and explanations.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're absolutely right. If in the absence of, you know, any information, you're going to see the proponents, and, you know, people aren't going to understand it, and it's probably going to pass.
Yeah, I guess just Peter Lever, Two Lever Road. What I'd tell you is that as far as the TIF issue was concerned, just as an explanation underlying this, is that it was voted on twice. It had to be voted a second time because it didn't meet the 10-day rule for notice for any public meeting. It has to be in a periodical, radio, and all that good stuff. That's the main open meeting laws. So you've got to post notice. And it wasn't done in time for whatever reason. Either the newspaper didn't get it, or they made the error, we made the error. Whatever happened is it wasn't posted. So they had to go back and dot their I and cross their T. I was at the first meeting. I voted for it. Basically, what it was saying is that the TIF district the language when we first got that TIF district established said you could use TIF money within the TIF in order to develop broadband. What the select board hit upon was, can we use TIF money for broadband throughout the municipality? And what the lawyers said, I believe, was, well, you're going to have a hearing and a special town meeting where you vote in order for the voters to approve the change in that language to include the TIF money can be used for broadband throughout Raymond. So that's what it basically was. So, but the explanation was basically that there's reams and reams and explanations about TIFs in the state of Maine. And I think unless you really are an attorney, it'd be hard to understand all of it. But that's what it kind of boiled down to me. But so it was like, well, sure, why don't we do that? Because I'm a proponent of the broadband, I wanted to see an improvement. What isn't made clear, despite the best efforts, I think, of some of the people in town, is the fact that it kept getting. I talked to people at the polls this month that were absolutely saying, so we're going to get this broadband, and then I'm going to be able to change my Time Warner contract. Well, no, because really this was proposed just for the municipality. There's a potential of expanding it down the road. But once again, how much of that information gets out there? How informed is the voter? And so I agree wholeheartedly. More public hearings, even not more public hearings, but better attended public hearings or better attended meetings. And the way to start, and I think has been discussed, at least in some quarters, is that if you want people to come to town meeting again, provide daycare. Have people bring some snacks. Make it at a time that is friendly for all demographics. Don't have your select board meetings at 5:30. Don't have public hearings at 8:30.
Yeah. Another thing that occurs to me is we've got the Roadrunner, the insert once a month, and I'm not downing the idea of like reminding people of the dog licenses or swim lessons. That's all good stuff. But maybe around election time there could be a block that says here, like the broadband initiative or the public works garage, a synopsis of what we're doing, and use that avenue. Use every communication avenue the town has. We have social media, we have the signboards, we have the website, we have the Roadrunner. So all those vehicles could be used as communication and transparency methods.
The Roadrunner in the paper is nice because you find out a few things. You're absolutely right, Don. But we could have the old Roadrunner again, and it could be an email. I mean, what a better way if you put out a 6 or 8 or 10-page Roadrunner once a month, and it went to everybody who would sign up to get it by email. And then we could have an ongoing discussion throughout the entire community about a lot of the issues that we're looking at through the whole process. People are informed if they get something that they can understand, can read, and can discuss with their neighbors. And it would not cost that much to do an emailed Roadrunner.
That's an excellent idea. The reason the multi-page Roadrunner, and sometimes it ran to 18, 20 pages, the reason that went away was the cost of the publication, but with electronic communications, it's just the staff time.
People don't realize the Roadrunner was put out by the school. The school did the Roadrunner.
Well, in the very beginning, right?
Well, it did it for many years. That was a.
Well, when I came here, it was a collaboration between the town and school.
Yeah, we collaborated, but the school did most of the work for it.
Right.
And it could be done again. I mean, you might have to have somebody at town hall whose job was to put it together.
You have that now. You have a person who puts it together, and the problem that they tell me is that they don't have space enough for everything they want to do. So if it was electronic, space wouldn't be an issue. You got the person, the communications person, Melissa, who can put it together. You have the department heads and other town employees who can write the articles. It could be as brief or as lengthy as you like it to be, and as you say, an email listserv, and off it goes.
And every nonprofit organization in town could be putting information in there for the people. Communication's the name of the game. It has always been. And the thing is, we've lost the ability to communicate with each other. Not all technology is bad.
Back to your point, though. I think it was your point about the recommendation. That was communication. I mean, I agree with you. If that had been a positive recommendation, I thought it was going to pass. I thought it might pass even the way it was because of warrant fatigue. It was just so long, you know.
Okay, Deanna, we'll go with Deanna.
Thank you. And I'm so glad that you mentioned the warrant fatigue, Dawn, because you had mentioned about having some of that information being brief or more extensive if we did the Roadrunner. I think that for some of these articles, if we did brief synopses and do it like throughout a few months, people are going to be more receptive to that than seeing 15 pages of warrant article versus if we broke it down to a couple each time, because then that gets them more information, they can absorb it and then move on to the next ones or ask questions.
Absolutely.
I got something to say. So there's one committee in this town that's better at polling people, better at getting emails and engaging the townspeople, and that's a comprehensive plan. Since that committee has only got a few more months, essentially, if that could morph into what we're talking about as far as keeping people engaged, that's the way to do it, because we've already collected. Peter, how many emails do we have? Do you know?
I think we got over a couple hundred.
Couple hundred emails is what we have. So there's not a cheaper way, and there's not a more efficient way than emailing the people that we have. And I know we could get more too, but if the comprehensive plan has shown us anything, is that the people are eager to get engaged, to engage with us, to come to our meetings, to give their opinions.
I don't think we missed more than 5% of the people that voted, Peter, when we did the last poll.
This election, yeah. I'm not sure what the official numbers were, but I've heard that there were 800 and we or so, and we collected something in the vicinity of 450 voters' opinions on what to do with Jordan Small.
There were 450 in just that one. I think not many people walked by.
Nope.
No, Frank got every one. Dan, did you have your hand raised one more time? Did you have one more question?
No, I was saying, nice job. I think that's a great plan. So I was doing a thumbs up. No, I think it's an awesome way to do it because, like you said, the comprehensive plan has done such an amazing job in being so involved with the public and getting the public involved as well. It made it, like I said, during the election time, you guys made it fun. So many people wanted to be part of that, and it was a great way to get their input. So I definitely think being able to pair up with you folks would be something that would be great for us.
Awesome. These committees should be working hand in hand. I mean, I started realizing this more from the past year and having the benefit of being on a comprehensive plan as well, is that our committee should be working together. And I definitely felt, and I know a lot of people feel, that there was a committee that was doing their own thing. And maybe in the past, previous budget finance committees didn't want the responsibility, but we've got a big enough group here that wants the responsibility. And my wife is 20 weeks pregnant now, so I could be doing other things. But this is what I want to, this is what I want to be doing for the town. I owe it to the town that I live in to make sure that the town for my child is up to date with the town I'm living in now. I know it means the aging population, but still, we want to attract families, and this is another thing we talk about in comprehensive plans. How do we attract younger families? And housing is always going to be housing. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do with the current cost of everything, but how are we attracting more people, more families into this town instead of just having an aging population.
I can tell you one of the big messages that came out of this last poll, and I would have no doubt in saying this, the number one word that I'm hearing from the community about what they want in Raymond is that word. They want community.
I think we have a great opportunity now that people seem to want to get involved again, to get together another organization that can do another celebration in town. We need to bring back the Founder's Day type program, all of those, something that once a year gets everybody involved in doing something in town. There's nothing like working together to get to know people.
That's true. That is true.
Lots of opportunity.
Absolutely.
Lots of opportunity. Okay. This has been some really good discussion. Some really good stuff.
Cliff, anything to say? Welcome aboard.
Thank you. The only thing is, I think it's important that we get back to the town meetings, because the electronics help get the word out, but there's nothing like face-to-face.
That's true.
I guess we'll leave it at that.
Absolutely true, Cliff.
Okay. Are we ready to move on from the ordinance for the Budget Finance
Yes.
Committee? Okay, the other piece that I had brought is the Town of Raymond Code of Ethics for appointed and elected municipal officials, because these go hand in hand, and it's what we have all signed up to do. I don't think I want to read through the policy, but I just wanted to bring it as a handout for everyone to.
I wouldn't mind reading through it.
Oh, you'd like-
Yeah, just because if this is recorded, I want the town people to know our code of ethics for who they
Would you
elected.
like to read it?
Yeah, I did my
Okay.
best. Town of Raymond Code of Ethics for appointed and elected municipal officials. As a member of my board, committee, or commission, hereinafter referred to as board, I will strive to be an advocate for the overall well-being of the town of Raymond, and to that end, I will have integrity in all matters. I will attend scheduled board meetings or notify the staff of my inability to attend. I will come to board meetings informed concerning the issues under consideration. I will make policy decisions based on the available facts and appropriate public input. I will make formal decisions based on any and all applicable local, state, and federal regulations and ordinances. I will encourage individual board member expression of opinion and establish an open two-way communication process with all segments of the community. I will communicate in accordance with board policies, public reaction, and opinion regarding board policies, actions, and programs to the full board administration. I will bring out desired changes through legal and ethical procedures, upholding and enforcing all law, state regulations, and court orders pertaining to the board. I will refrain from using the board position for my personal and partisan gain and avoid any conflict of interest or the appearance. I will respect the confidentiality of privileged information learned by any executive session. I will make no decision on behalf of the board unless expressly authorized by the board. I will not attend any board meetings pertaining to business of the board without express permission of the board. I will be informed about current issues through individual study and participation in appropriate programs, such as those sponsored by my state association. I will always remember that the foremost concern of the board is to improve and enhance the quality of life for the residents and visitors of the town of Raymond. I will abide by 38 MRSA subsection 2605, conflicts of interest law. Therefore, I always strive to demonstrate appropriate behavior, conduct as a board member.
Thank you, Sean, for reading that. Okay. So. Are we ready to move on to public comment? Or do you?
I'm ready.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
Peter, you must have some more comment.
I can fill you in a little bit on the poll.
Ooh, we're getting this information first before anybody else?
Well, I was asked by a select board member in an email, why I guess I didn't share some of the comprehensive plan data with the select board. And I did share it with the Budget Finance Committee, so they were a little jealous that you had gotten something that they didn't get to see. My simple answer to the select person was that you know why the Budget Finance Committee got that data? They asked for it. So that's why they got it. And nobody has reached out to ask our committee, the Comprehensive Plan Committee, about any of this stuff. And I did express my frustration in the fact that at the last select board meeting in that I've been asking since February of this year to have a combined meeting. It doesn't have to be with all the members. It could maybe just be the chairs and whatever. The Code Enforcement Officer, the Planning Board, the Select Board, and the Comprehensive Plan, so that we could all sit down and at least see what's the preliminary data that we've collected and where is it showing it's going, because it's that data that's going to end up formulating the plan that we're going to submit in January of next year. So it's not that far away. I started asking for that meeting in February. It got put off and put off and put off. The last I was told was that it would take place in June. And it's June 25th. And I have not heard anything from the selectmen about scheduling that type of a meeting. When we're talking about, and I think it was Sean that mentioned, all these committees got to start talking to each other. Well, since we're sharing, and Frank as well, the experience of a comprehensive plan, and certainly Don knows this because of his years in managing a municipality, you have to be in the know everywhere. And people have to be talking. And that's what makes a comprehensive plan a comprehensive plan. So I realized early on in this process, well, I gotta be talking to the Budget Finance Committee. Capital improvement plan. Well, that's about the only function I hear in the budget for this town that has the word plan in it and is more than just the end of the fiscal year. So that's kind of more comprehensive. That's an opportunity. So that was a reason to get involved with this committee. Planning board, ordinances, absolutely. If we're talking about housing and we're talking about accessory dwelling units, and especially if we're talking about LD 2003, which I guess I beat my gums to death on about that, but July 1st is just around the corner. We'll see. It behooved me to do that. As part of the comprehensive plan, what we did is not allow the consultants to do the department head interviews like they had done in 2004. What we did is we interviewed those department heads ourselves. Amazing amount of information that came out of that. So I guess really the only major group that the comprehensive plan has not been involved with is the selectmen. And I hate to be sounding like I'm anti-select board, because I'm not. But what I need to see is more of an involvement at that level, and for them to take the leadership responsibility of coordinating all these other committees. So that we're all on the same page and we're all working towards the same ends. Anyway, I said the rough blush was about 800. That's based on the only knowledge I have is because I haven't seen any hard data. It may be out there, but I haven't seen it. That my wife ran for a position and she got 600 votes. So there were at least 600 people that went through there. And I believe she was told she got 600 of the 800 that were cast. So as that is a rough guesstimate, you know, I figured I was there for most of the day. I know Frank and Sean were there at the elections as well. But I think I put in about 7 hours there. So I got a pretty good sense of what was, well, you know, how many people were coming through there. And although Kayla hasn't quite finished doing her count, and I certainly understand that, that's a lot of little puffy balls to count. The top three, what we did is we had 5 choices to what would be your 3 most high priority uses for Jordan Small when it comes back to the town. And we gave them 5 to choose 3. And then we also had a 6th category, which was other, where it wasn't a puffball, but you could just fill out a slip and drop it in a jar. The top 2 were, number 1, community senior citizen centers. That got the most votes for what to do with Jordan Small. The second one was town offices. So that just gives a first blush. I would think that that's important information for you guys looking at capital improvement down the road in the planning, a 5-year plan, because that facility coming back to the town will happen within the 5-year CIP. The others were library, recreation, and daycare. And I would tell you a very frequent comment I got from the voters that were taking the poll was, well, this is a big building. There's room to do all of that. And, you know, I would insert my caveat every once in a while and say, well, yes, but there's a price tag associated with all of these. There's going to be renovations. You know, school classrooms don't necessarily convert into office space very easily. And some of the things are kind of a given. What I would tell individuals is say, well, what do you mean by recreation? Well, I said, well, we're standing in a beautiful gym. You know, it would be hard to believe that we would take that space and reconfigure it into something other than recreation. It wouldn't make much sense. Similarly, there's already a library that exists there. So some of those things are almost a given. But my bottom line, my answer to those individuals is yes. There is enough room to do all of those things. And maybe even more in this facility. You know, once you have architectural drawings and a plan and a committee and all that other good stuff to figure it out. But the issue is that it's really the appetite of the taxpayer. And it was suggested at one of our meetings when we were discussing this at the Comprehensive Plan Committee that the town manager basically said the same thing. It's really going to be the appetite of the taxpayer as to how much we do. And she suggested that it would quite possibly go forward in stages. In other words, rather than trying to do everything all at once, that we would do, you know, the highest priority of the easiest conversion first, that sort of a thing. But once again, that's all involved with the planning and what the appetite of the taxpayer is. It will not surprise you that under the other, the highest write-in for the use of Jordan Small School was school. And given the vote in the town regarding, you know, keeping Jordan Small active as a school was significant. That really didn't surprise us. What I will tell you is that I don't know exactly how that would happen, but I'm not saying it wouldn't happen. So it is interesting that if nothing else, it validates the poll. People had an opportunity to say things, even if it might not be one of the most common things that's on people's lips. If they just feel like, you know, we really should have kept Jordan Small as a school, they had the ability to do it.
I know this wasn't what they meant. They were talking about keeping the kids here, but was there a question, and I probably should know this, but I don't remember it, about adult education, adult enrichment, adult education?
Yeah, I think, Don, we've talked about all those things in committee, and it's interesting that it really comes down to these being very broad categories. But certainly there'd be time to drill down to that. But yeah, like when they say town offices and recreation, does it also mean that the recreation director gets office space there? Well, it would seem to make sense that that would happen. But once again, it all depends on what the taxpayers get an appetite for. I would tell you that from my perspective, this is an incredibly rare opportunity that the municipality gets, and that the Budget Finance Committee and the Select Board are going to be instrumental in seeing this through. And the last thing I'll say, because I've said this before, is the work of the Comprehensive Plan Committee is done in January, and then in June it goes to the voters. Given the fact that we've got top-notch consultants, I'm sure we're going to get a plan that's going to be acceptable to the state. And I believe we've done our job as far as polling the community, so that the community is going to vote this thing in because it's going to reflect what the majority of voters want. So, you know, I'm confident with that. My concern is that the real work of the comprehensive plan begins when the Comprehensive Plan Committee ends, because then the implementation committee comes into play. And the implementation committee is really key to this stuff getting done. And if it doesn't matter, my understanding, it doesn't matter how strong your comprehensive plan committee is, if you do not have an energized, interested, and empowered implementation committee, then it's all for naught, because it won't be implemented. And so I'm hopeful that this committee and all the committees in the town will work closely with the implementation committee for the comprehensive plan once it's voted in. And I think that the best that we can do as a committee is to set up the policies and clearly define what our data gathering has shown to the implementation plan committee, because it'll make their job less onerous, because they'll be armed with that information.
Peter, you and Kayla are planning on having a public hearing, correct?
Yeah, exactly. I'm hopeful that we get together before January with the Select Board and the Planning Board and Code Enforcement. I'm hopeful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, we really need to get out of this space to have appropriate meetings and stuff. And the town is saying that, you know, looking for a bigger town office. We could have something special there to bring people in, have a bigger broadcast studio, and just engage the public better than we can in this small building.
That's a great idea, to have all of these committees together in one room and talk with a comprehensive plan committee. Get all that input at the same time. That's a great idea.
Great meeting, I think.
Yes, I think so too.
Yeah.
We covered a lot of ground. Any Budget Finance Committee comments? From our Zoom customers to people in the room?
Good
Everybody's
meeting.
all set?
I said what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for being here tonight, and we are adjourned.
Welcome to the June 28th emergency meeting of the Select Board.
I make a motion to go into executive session regarding consultation between the Select Board and their attorney pertaining to legal rights and duties of the Select Board pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405, 6E.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? We're in executive session.
A motion to come out of executive session?
So made. So moved.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed?
Motion to adjourn?
Second. All those in favor?
He never seconds.
We are adjourned. Welcome to the July 9th Select Board meeting. All members are present, so we have a quorum. First order of business is approval of the minutes, May 6th minutes.
Motion to approve?
A second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Motion to approve June 20th meetings, minutes?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Motion to approve June 28th minutes.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item of business is consideration of renewing liquor license for the Fisherman's Catch.
And I sent out a copy of the fire inspection. It was completely passed today. And this is simply a renewal.
Okay, so I have a question. When I was printing the paperwork out for this, one of the things for the outside, this is a diagram for extension of privileges area. And this is the following restrictions apply to outdoor extensions of privileges. And there's 3 different things that would have to go with the tent outside. I didn't know what this word was, so I looked it up. There must be a stanchion?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I looked up what that rope thing was. Or a fence completely enclosing the area. Signs must be posted stating no alcohol beyond this point, and there must be sufficient employees at the extension area of premises who would be able to control and monitor the area. So, is he doing that? I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Because I think that's one of the conditions. That's why I was going to ask Chris. I don't know, Wayne, do you know anything about that?
Well,
You're
we can't
muted,
hear you,
Wayne.
Can't hear you.
Wayne, you're muted.
Sorry about that. The volume's really low. I'm having a hard time hearing your questions.
Okay. So for the extension on their tenant area where they're sitting, as far as part of the application on here, it just says that there's 3 restrictions that apply to outdoor extension of privileges. Pretty much where they have to have a stanchion, that fencing, or a fence completely enclosing the area. Signs must be posted stating no alcohol beyond this point, and there must be sufficient employees at the extension area of premises who would be able to control and monitor the area. I don't know if that's yours or if that's code.
That would be code for those 3.
That's actually state. That's for the liquor license.
Okay.
Themselves, they deal with that piece.
So this is part of state?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
part of state.
All right.
That's part of the state license.
Thank you. All right, so I don't have any more, and you said that, yeah, that the thing passed.
Can I just make a point? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. And now that I'm looking more closely, because you just said that, just did make that point about the page with the diagram.
Yep.
It looks to me like that page with the diagram, including the tent and the outdoor space, is from a previous application. That's not the typical page that goes with a renewal application. So this tent area has been approved in the past.
Yes.
with those restrictions. And then it looks like they just used this page from a previous diagram when that happened for this renewal application.
Showing pretty much everything that's used and where it's at.
Correct. So that page that this diagram is drawn on doesn't usually go with a renewal application.
Okay, so this one actually just goes with the liquor one.
So this page would normally go with a separate first time when they literally applied the first time for the extension of the tent area. I know a lot of restaurants did that through COVID. So that's a separate application, but it looks like they've just used the old diagram because it still applies on that page and put it in with this current application for a renewal.
So who then checks then, I guess, on the no alcohol beyond this point and stuff like that? And those 3 restrictions?
my understanding is the state.
Like she just said too,
Yeah,
okay.
the state really follows through on
So we
that.
can't, yeah,
Yeah.
it's not us, okay. All right, so, since it's not us on that one, if nobody else has anything, I make a motion to accept the renewing of the liquor license for Fisherman's Catch.
Second that.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Thanks, guys.
Next item is consideration of the August 13 public hearing, special town meeting warrant. Before we do that, wanted to bring up one thing. We're having issues, not issues, but we're having problems with getting videographers here at the 5:30 time. So what I want to discuss is changing the meeting times to 6 o'clock instead of 5:30, because that'll allow the videographers to get here. Anyone have a issue with that?
Nope.
Okay, so the warrant that was in your e-packet says 5:30, but the one that we'll sign will say 6 o'clock instead.
Would it be that out of line to go back to what it used to be at 6:30? Or is this?
Actually, it was 7 before.
No,
Was
it
it
was 6:30.
It was 6:30.
Yeah, it was
Oh, we
6:30.
used to do 7.
Yeah.
And then we backed
You
it
did.
down.
I mean, it's, the reason that we kind of pulled it back a little was to try and get people home earlier from the meeting. I mean, sometimes what it would mean, especially when, when we're looking at like this next meeting, where we're going to have the public hearing plus that, things like that, those can tend to go a little bit longer. I mean, it's always something we can discuss and see, but, but
We're moving in the right direction. I like 6.
my stomach starts grumbling though. Yeah. Yeah. Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, could it just be possible in a consideration down the road that all standing committees and boards in the town have the same start time and maybe the same limitation on how long the meetings go? I do know that each committee and board has different requirements, and certainly the town wants to try and accommodate the volunteers. However, for the sake of the public and consistency, you might want to consider down the road having one consistent time. Thanks.
I don't know if we can do that because other board members are different for their boards. And so what happens is we are 5 that do for us and the planning board does their own thing, so yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure what time the planning board starts theirs.
7.
Do you remember? 7? Yeah. And sometimes there was reasoning behind that sometimes dealt with one of the members of the committee who couldn't get there till a certain time, so that kind of drove what time they started things. But as I say, with I know this next meeting we've got there's going to be a lot of things on there, so if we go with that 6 o'clock, that allows the videographer to get here, plus some more time for people to get here. So can we have a motion to approve the warrant for the special town meeting?
Motion to, go ahead. Oh, motion to approve the warrant for the special town meeting for the land use ordinance change for commercial, solar, and residential districts petition.
Second. Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item on there is the recommendation for that article. So the planning board, as far as I understand, is not going to have a recommendation on it. So select board, we either move to recommend or not recommend.
I guess just a little bit of clarification too. The reason why we did not put this on the agenda before and do a moratorium is because we were advised against it. And I just want to put that out there as to, it's not that the select board did not want to put it on there, it's just a matter of we were advised against it. This isn't a moratorium. No. But, no, we're considering that. Do you know what I mean? That was different from before, is what it is, putting the moratorium on the, that warrant before. So that's why you guys had to step up and do this step, is what it is. So, all right, so if there's no, so, you want a motion on that?
Yep.
A motion to recommend, that the select board recommends the special town meeting warrant article?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? No. Motion is carried. Next item is consideration of building on the Public Works garage. We had a meeting the other day with the Public Works town manager and myself. The decision has been made to withdraw the request for the Public Works garage at this time.
Do you need a motion on that at all?
No.
Okay. All right.
Next item is set a date for a joint meeting with Planning Board and Comprehensive Plan Committee.
Excuse me, last time you said.
Yeah. Planning Board, Comprehensive Plan Committee, and Select Board. So, the next meeting, what we would do would be to schedule that at one of the Select Board meetings. We would have the regular Select Board meeting and then conclude that, go into a workshop for those discussions. So it would be at one of the regular Select Board meetings. And, whether we do it at the August meeting or the September meeting, I think is going to be a little bit conditioned on how big that August meeting is going to be. We've got the special town meeting at that. And what other things do we have coming up in August?
Right now, all we have in August is consideration of accepting a gift for the Raymond Village Library.
Oh, okay.
That's good then.
So we could schedule it for that night. Would that, do you know if that would work for the comp plan committee? That would be, let me look at the,
August.
that would be
13th.
August 13th.
Mhm.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I'm the co-chair of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. What I would say is a couple of things. First off would be that it may behoove the groups, number one, to allow sufficient time for this workshop. I foresee that it would be probably a fairly lengthy one. I did not envision that every member of the Comprehensive Plan Committee would attend, although it wouldn't surprise me if they did. Likewise, I would not expect every member of the Planning Board to attend. Certainly, code enforcement needs to be represented, in my opinion. So it would be Select Board, Comprehensive Plan, Code Enforcement, and Planning Board members that would be involved in the workshop. So that could be a large group. It could be a smaller group, but I believe it would probably be a fairly extensive discussion because from at least the Comprehensive Plan's perspective, there are a lot of things to update the committees with. And the boards with, and also the fact that these, I would expect that it would be appropriate for a representative from North Star, who are our consultants, be involved. Although they aren't citizens, I believe that they could be allowed to speak in a workshop format. And I have been contacted about other boards or committees also being invited to be in attendance. So my recommendation would be, in order to bring all committees, standing committees and boards on the same page with something as involved as a 5 to 10 year plan for where this town is going, that the Select Board could extend an invitation to all of those standing committees as well. My experience has been, and now I'm not speaking as the co-chair of the comprehensive plan, but just my experience in committee work in general is that it's sometimes that someone who works diligently on a committee tends to develop the sense that their committee is the most important one. That's committees and boards alike. My experience has been that if you want a cohesive effort in a community, municipality, that you try and not encourage that sort of a train of thought. Every committee is important, and therefore every committee deserves to be at least invited to be represented in something as involved as planning for the future of the municipality. So I would ask the board to consider that in extending their invitations. Thank you.
Well, so what you're really saying ultimately is it doesn't make sense to try and tack that on to the select board meeting, but to come up with an alternate date and have that as a standalone.
I would think that might be a better approach, to have a workshop in which all of the committees are represented in the town, all of the boards are represented in the town. And I'll give you an example. I was contacted by a member of the Budget Finance Committee who asked about whether they were going to be invited. Now, the simple answer is to say anyone who's a citizen of the town or an interested public member can attend any of these meetings. So whether a formal invitation has to be extended or not, I don't know if that's requisite. But what I would say is that just to pick one issue, if the Budget Finance Committee is talking about developing a capital improvement plan, and the word plan is in there, similar to a comprehensive plan, and if they're talking about decisions of putting aside money for the next 5 years for the town, for improvements in the town, it would seem to me it would make sense that at least their input be asked for. If no one has an interest in doing that, then no one has an interest doing that. However, the beautification committee, in my opinion, is as important as the comprehensive plan. It has something to do with the town, and it says something about us as a town. How we take care of our cemeteries says something about our town. So once again, I just ask that the board would consider that there be adequate time put towards this workshop, if in fact there's going to be discussions about the future of the town. I can tell you that on the timeline right now, the Comprehensive Plan Committee has received the first draft from North Star of the comprehensive plan. So it's not that we couldn't be sharing information with all of those committees and boards as far as where things are going, as far as the comprehensive plan. In December of this year, what will happen is that the comprehensive plan will start being rolled out to the community, and there will be public hearings and discussions on it. That'll probably take place between December of this year and March of next year, with the idea being that during that period of time, the finalized draft of the comprehensive plan will go to the state for approval. So that just gives you a little idea of the timing. I can tell you from my own perspective, there's a wealth of information to share, and we've accumulated a wealth of information survey-wise by the committee, and it's been well formatted in a presentation type of a format for all of the boards and the committees to look at. So it will be very informative and educational for all involved. So that would be my recommendation, that it be a separate workshop, and that all of the standing committees and boards be invited, along with the public. Thanks.
Rolf, I would not have it in this room either, because you want to make sure that it's big enough for everybody and everybody is not crowded in here. So, and if it's a workshop, we definitely want it filmed, because it is going to be good input and information. Especially since the school is out, we could always use the gym or the cafeteria or something over there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to turn my back on you on that.
No, you're fine.
And what you want is enough spaces for everybody to be able to sit and get Kevin signed up for it, but be able to also get it filmed.
Yeah, I mean, we have to get that approved by the school,
Mhm.
even though it's,
Whether they're doing
yeah,
floors.
whether they're open or not, because,
Mhm.
you know.
The only one issue is that it's going to be in August, so probably
Mhm.
want to find some place.
Well, it doesn't, no, it doesn't necessarily have to be, doesn't have to be.
No, I'm
August.
just, I'm just saying.
Well,
it's more-
I'm
Yeah.
just saying, if we're trying to get it into a school thing, then it kind of does, because if you roll it to September, then they're going to be in school, and, I mean, I guess you can do it at night.
Because
but-
you do it at night. it
Yeah.
does.
Well, except that the last town meeting that Kevin set up, it took 6 hours to set up all
That is-
the
yeah.
equipment.
And I guess
So
that, you know, it
isn't
depends
simple.
on which room you do it in. If you do it in the gym, that takes longer than if you do it in the cafeteria.
We can bring in chairs, we can bring in whatever, but at least it does, it's kind of big enough for everybody, which would be nice.
Let's do this. Sue, can you check and see with the school on potential availability dates on there?
Yes.
Then we can, then from there, we can query the people to see, you know, let's get a couple of dates. And then we'll see, because I can tell you, no matter what we come up with,
Oh, no.
not everyone's going to be able to make it. So,
And I think it's also
it
too,
it just never works.
it's also a no-brainer too on
So it's
having
more,
every committee there.
which one can you get more of a critical mass at?
But I think I think it's like I said, a no-brainer on having every committee invited, like he said, but yeah. And then this way, everybody feels like they have a say at the table.
All right, so.
I would just expect that it would be a situation where, at a minimum, we would encourage all of the chairs and co-chairs of the committees to attend, and then basically information can be disseminated to the boards and the committees through the chairs.
Speaking of information, are you thinking that you'll have a rough draft to send out to everyone before the meeting so that it might not be a 3 or 4 hour meeting? I mean, at what stage do you think that
Sure.
draft will be?
I would tell you that with the timeline that I just explained, we just received the first draft from North Star, the Comprehensive Plan Committee, in the last week. It's a rather extensive document. We have no meeting this month, and the idea was that we would get the draft this month to digest it, to be ready to discuss it in August. That being said, I've already scanned through the document, and not to beat a word to death, but it's pretty comprehensive. The only changes I see to it will be changes that come from the public's input and committee input. So I would tell you that North Star has been pretty clear about disseminating a lot of information in draft form, especially when the public has not yet voted on it, for fear that may be in some way trying to bias the community into coming to a conclusion or supporting a certain portion of the final plan. So what I would tell you is that the idea of this workshop is that certainly we're able to share ideas and thoughts about the general aspects and of the draft plan, and also information that we've already collected.
So like an outline would go to us before the meeting?
I would think that there could be an outline. I would say even more, Dennis, that a lot of the survey information and the like has been published on the website.
Okay, I've seen.
And that also reviewing the meetings that are all well documented through the DVD process and on our website also provide a majority of that information.
Okay.
So it's just a matter of, how much work do you want to expend into looking at it. But I will tell you that we have been cautioned about taking draft material and sharing it with the public before the vote.
Well, yeah, I mean, draft material is, it's dangerous because the draft all of a sudden disappears from the heading, and then people take that as the final document, that's dangerous because you get competing documents out there. So I don't disagree with what you're saying there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next item, consideration of select board representatives on boards and committees.
And what I've given you is what was decided last year.
I'm fine staying on the beautification if nobody else wants it.
Samuel said on the
I want to stay
veterans.
on the vets, yes.
And recycling, not much we're doing on that right now, so I can stay there.
Right, do you need a motion
Yeah.
on that? Motion to keep the names the same on the select board representation on boards and committees.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? No? Motion is carried. Public comment.
Hi, Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So just a quick question, because Rolf, you opened the meeting talking about 5:30 versus 6. So on August 13th, is the
6.
special town meeting at 5:30 or at
No,
6?
6.
Okay, and from what I understand from the last special town meeting where we voted on the TIF or whatever, we have to be here right at 6 to get our pink cards to be able to vote. Is that correct?
We'll be up
The
here
meeting-
about half an hour early.
Yeah, the meeting will start at 6, so you need to be here before 6 to
Right, okay.
get your pink cards.
Okay, so get here at 5:30 for the 6 o'clock meeting, so
No,
even though it
use a
starts
red
at 6,
card.
yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I just had a question for Peter about the workshop, about the comprehensive plan. I know throughout this process, when we've been talking about the ordinances and we've been before the planning board with respect to our issue, we were told it always comes down to the ordinances. It doesn't matter what the comprehensive plan says. But at one point, I thought I remember hearing that like the ordinances that we write in Raymond are supposed to be in alignment and based upon the comprehensive plan. Is that accurate?
That's one of the, it's one of the topics that will be discussed in that meeting is how that would, how they, the planning board would integrate items and things like that. So-
Okay.
But I mean,
just wanted to make sure
the
that I
rules,
understood
the final rules are the ordinances.
Right, that's correct. Okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, yeah. In response to that question, I think the way I understand it the best is the ordinances that are approved by the town, so it's the town people's ordinances, what generally directs the town. That being said, the description I've read on the state website is that an approved comprehensive plan by the state of Maine serves as the underpinnings in law for those ordinances. So in other words, if just a hypothetical, if a comprehensive plan that's in force says that there should be no further commercial development on the 302 corridor that abuts residential areas, and the town then votes to pass an ordinance that allows that's where you run into trouble with the courts, because the court's going to say there's no consistency here. You're not following the comprehensive plan that was also voted in by the citizens of the town. So that's my understanding of it. No legal force other than the fact that it puts the municipality in a precarious legal situation.
That leads to another question. I can't remember if the 05 or 04 plan was voted through, or this will be voted through by the town people. In other words, it usually gets, my impression was it's submitted, amended a few times to work through the process, and then it goes to the town people for a vote. So that becomes accepted by the town and the state.
To the state first. They
Yeah.
approve it or not.
And then back.
If they don't, if the state doesn't approve it, they send it back to the town.
Right.
But once the state has said, yes, you meet all the requirements according to the land use.
I'm sorry.
Peter, we can't hear you.
If the state uses the basically land management guidelines or ordinance, the state law, to determine whether or not all of the requirements for state approval of a comprehensive plan by a municipality are met. So it's the town that the state that's going to first say, yes, we give you the blessing. This is an approved state comprehensive plan. And then it's voted in by the town people. So that's generally the process. In 2004, that's what happened. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and I think, Dennis, you were on that plan committee, the town actually sent the first version back to the town, and that's because one of the requirements in the land management Maine state land management requirement is that all new construction in municipalities include at least 10% in what meets the affordable housing definition. And as I've been schooled, and I've mentioned once or twice before at other committees and the like, I was schooled in that there's, as far as affordable goes, there's big A and there's little a. So when the planning board says, well, you know, it's kind of an oxymoron. Right now in 2024, there is no such thing as affordable housing. Well, that's probably very true for most people. They can't afford a house. That's small a. Big A is affordable housing that is basically a federal definition that is based on income and what low-interest mortgages and other federal and state assistance can be given to get someone into a home. So not to confuse those two, but anyway, that was an example of the 2004. It got sent back and to the town. It was reworked, and in the 2004 comprehensive plan, there was a commitment that 10% of all new housing in the town of Raymond be affordable, big A, according to federal standards.
That's when the ordinance came out for the apartment.
That's when the planning board basically submitted to the board, the select board, that was put on a warrant. What at that time was called, I guess, in-law apartments,
right,
which is discouraged now. It's not in-law apartments; they're accessory dwelling units.
Accessory dwellings. Right.
Yeah, as of July 1st.
That came down as a state requirement.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So, but what I will tell you is that I have it on good information that that portion of the 2004 comprehensive plan, we never even came close to it, as far as the 10% of all new construction be big A affordable. So once again, that's a situation where it was in the plan, but we didn't really achieve it. And so, once again, I will absolutely guarantee you that in order for the state to approve this plan, because that requirement in land management by the state has not changed. As a matter of fact, it's even more important now. But what I will tell you is that the object lesson for me in that was this. When I got on this committee, I was bound and determined we're going to get some sort of affordable housing policy, a committee or something in this town to try and at least make an effort to attain that. And over the course of the last 18 or 19 months involved with the plan, you know what? The governor and the Senate basically said, no, we're gonna pass a state law that says accessory dwellings are going to be in every municipality. So you can drag your feet and you can say no, no, no. But when the circumstances are right, what's going to happen is no matter how much you want to make an argument that we're a home rule state and the municipalities have the final say, we don't have the final say. Unless we want to go to Superior Court and spend a lot of money and try and say that we have the final say. So, any other questions on that? No? Thank you.
Other public comment? Don't see anybody raising their hand online. Okay, selectman comment.
Okay, I have some things. Does anybody else have any selectman comment? Because mine, I'm going to ask you to indulge me here on this one. I think that I'd like to have some things, I guess, clarified and just straightened out, I guess. And I also would like to go over the budget finance meeting that was on June 25th. A comment was made about, can the Budget Finance recommend items to the warrant? And someone else said that he has always heard that the budget items can be decreased but not increased. He feels it is anti-democratic. Town meeting is the governing body, and that is like telling them that they can only reduce, not increase. Rolf, do you want to answer to that? Well, before you answer that, there's also other comments that were made that they would like to draft up warrant language to give up to the to the select board, which they can. And the comment was also made, can't find anything that says that the select board will do the warrants. Why does the select board put recommends when they are the ones doing the warrants? In the past 3 years, they have yet to receive anyone in the public works with a CIP plan. I don't know how that got thrown on there with it, but you want to say something on the warrants, Rolf?
The warrants, the warrants are, the authorization to create the warrants comes under Section 30A from this, under state law. The select board is the governing body to create those. The town meeting is the governing body of the town, so they vote on those warrants. But the warrant articles just don't come down from like Mount Sinai on tablets. They have to be created by somebody, and that somebody is the select board. And that's rights and responsibilities delegated under Section 30A.
Okay. The other comments that were made too is, I believe that the Budget Finance and the select board would like to get together to work on clarifying the ordinances and to see if any changes need to be made. I think it was this is 23, I can't remember when the last one was. Sean, I think you would know. I think you're the one that said the date of the last changes to the Budget Finance meeting.
Last changes to the Budget Finance Committee was when it lowered it from 9 to 7 members. And that was, Marshall was the chair then, so that would have been 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is something that they were talking back and forth about as far as sending possibly an email over, or I think Karen was going to send over some information. Karen would like to draft up warrant language to give up to the select board. So I don't know if that changes the warrants language. I don't know if it's...
The Budget Committee does not have the authorization to create warrants. The select board does.
Right.
And it's just that simple. They make a recommendation if there's if there's a financial issue in there, but they do not create the warrant.
Okay, well, and Dennis, you had mentioned, when you're saying right, you're agreeing with Rolf now, because you had mentioned at that meeting, it says you can't find anything that says the select board will do the warrants.
No, they could do the warrants. What I said is nothing gets on a warrant without their say-so. They don't have to vote on it, they could just put it on there. That's what I said. And yet they vote on it anyway. But truly, it comes from you. But we recommended, or I tried to recommend a sprinkler system, for example. I said, can we put a warrant on there so that the townspeople could decide on a sprinkler? And it wasn't possible. It couldn't be added. And then went back and it was amended after that. So there was a lot of changes that went on the second year I was on the Budget and Finance Committee.
I don't remember. All right.
So the point is, when we asked for a couple things to happen, it didn't happen. No warrant gets on without the select board's approval. That's all I said.
Well, and I think the sprinkler system that you were talking about too had to go with the Public Works building at the same time is what it is. So I don't know, but I'm not going to talk anymore about the Public Works building because that is now off the table. The other thing too is I'm just bringing stuff over. That was
Wait,
over.
I have a question about the last one.
Mm-hmm.
So are they, on that particular part, since this is here anyway, are you saying, say there is, it's hard because it's pretty hypothetical, I guess, but, or Public Works, whatever. So if you guys, I know it was your idea, but I think how ultimately it would go around would be Budget Finance would come up with an idea, and if they like it good enough to either vote, I don't know really how they're, it's different than this board, but if you voted on it, agreed on something, say you wanted sprinklers in the thing, and everybody up there, and then you came up with a motion and voted on it, whatever, would that then get sent? That's kind of like a recommendation you wanted added to the warrant for the select board to look at and then vote on to see if it was added to that? Is that what you guys are saying?
Yeah, we pretty much were unanimous that we wanted to sprinkle the building. We all talked about it, and we expressed it, and yet it couldn't get on there. So at the very end, when the warrant was being written, I said, can we just add a warrant saying that the public will decide whether they want to sprinkle the $6 million building or the $8 million building, whatever way you want to say it, the narrative. And it didn't happen because the select board didn't want it on there. And it won't happen without the select board wanting it on there.
Right.
No matter what we recommend.
Right.
Could be unanimous, and we could be say we wanted to put anything on.
What I'm saying is that, well, if we can come up with maybe a more formal thing, because I didn't get, like, as a select board member during this whole process, I didn't get asked to vote on that particular part to add that to a warrant or something like that. It's more like you guys discussed it and it was all unanimous, but for us, it's easier if there's, like, I would say, a formal vote or something that is getting then passed on to us, and then we can say whether we want it on or not.
I like that.
Because it's a little bit harder, because if
That's
not,
a good start.
if not, I don't know what you guys are talking, who agrees to what and whatnot, and then it gets sent.
Well, Sean, please
'Cause
wait.
It sounds like we are.
Go up there.
Oh, sorry. Okay. No, because I got, sorry. All right, is that on that same issue? Because there was a bunch of stuff that was
That
said,
one
so-
sounds like we just fell off into thin air, but I think it's because it needs to be something more formal than, there's a lot of things flying around, and we can't, I don't know which ones we're grabbing at unless that's why it's set up in a more formal format. I don't know the actual process on that if we can or not, but I don't see why we wouldn't be able to if they had a recommendation of something that needed to be
Right.
changed or reworded or redone. Vote on it, see if it's legal or not anyway, and then it gets to us, and then we would either, vote on it and see if we were going to add it to the warrant, because in the end, it's our warrant, so.
Yeah. As I say, they cannot create a warrant.
Right.
That's just right out.
Right.
The whole purpose of having the joint meetings that we had was to get inputs so that when the final when the final warrants were written, it had inputs from both boards. There were changes that were made to some of the amounts and things like that. Some of the that came out as an outgrowth of those joint meetings.
Meetings, yeah.
So to say that there was nothing, they weren't listened to, is absolutely totally ludicrous and false, and couldn't be any more false unless you stood on your head and spit in a
Could you point them out so that the public knows what you're talking about? Which ones you took for our suggestions?
Oh, that's on here. So I want to bring that up because you did mention at your meeting. No, you brought it up at a meeting, and you brought it up in a newspaper article. You also brought it up at a meeting that we did not listen to anything that you had said as far as recommendations go. And the only recommendations that you guys made was regarding the public garage. And one of the things about the public garage is we told you that this was being done, and it was definitely not on the timing aspect of it. But as far as everything else, one of the things that you guys were doing, as far as any other warrant article, you didn't have any changes. In fact, you guys were going through your meeting and looking for changes and cuts, so where you could possibly think that we might make a cut on something. And I remember watching the meeting, and we didn't make any changes. So the only changes that you guys say that we did not listen to was regarding the garage. That is it. So to say that we did not listen to any of your recommendations is also false.
Well, I just asked for a couple suggestions you took.
We took all the other warrants.
Yeah, there was changes in amounts, there was changes, if you go back and review the tapes, you'll see that there were.
I have.
I'm gonna give you that.
We discussed monetary items, and there were some things we raised, some things we lowered. We moved some things around. Some of the, if you look at the original budget package versus the final budget package, there were a lot of changes in things in there, and those were an outgrowth of those joint meetings. So just, as I say, to say that they weren't listened to, somebody either had their fingers in their ears or I don't know what, but, it's absolutely false.
I just asked for a couple of details.
I don't have those off the top of
I
my
guess
head
I would ask you that. What did we listen to?
I have to go back and look through the books and see where we changed amounts.
When the warrants came back, and both bonds for the pickleball courts and Tasseltop were combined with public safety, Public Works building. We asked to separate them, and then we were told that you can't separate them because they've already been written up. That's 2
That was
years
2
ago.
years ago.
Yeah, I'm
That
just
was
giving you an
two- that was
example.
2 years ago.
I'm going to give you an example. It went back, and then, again, there was not even a vote for that particular 3.5, but when it came back out, it was changed to $150,000. The select board did that, from the 3.5 million.
But that's what we do as a final select board.
Again, we didn't have input except for the final vote. So I'm giving you an example of where we wanted to split it out and never got split out, and it was just a simple request. So if you need a formal vote each time, at least that's a start. I think that's a good way to do
If you
it.
had split it out, you would have had 2 bonds.
You can combine them after the vote.
No, not unless you have the wording in there to allow you to combine.
Right.
So, and just because we don't listen to it, we are listening to it. Just because we don't take it, doesn't mean we're not listening.
I just gave you an example.
Well, no, I'm just saying, so, all right, and I guess I'd like to go on with all this too.
Well,
Go ahead.
Are you going on that one?
Well, I'm staying on all the selectmen comment. If you got something you want to put in as public?
Oh, wait.
This is, to me, important. It really is. Because when I'm sitting and watching this stuff at home and this stuff is not accurate, I do think that this is an idea that Dennis brought up. He says a policy or ordinance needs to be made that anything over $1 million needs to be publicly discussed. Do you remember talking at that? Yep. Says our meeting, well, you do say our meetings are not transparent. And you also said special town meetings early in the morning about money where people can't be there. We don't have those about money early in the morning. Special town meetings. You mentioned on here, yeah, you mentioned at that meeting on June 25th that we have special town meetings early in the morning about money where people can't be there.
Well, it's of the annual warrants, the bond, the band, broadband that we were doing for Kevin and the town was at 8:30, 9:30 in the morning, wasn't it? There was one thing early in the morning that we did a quick meeting.
You have to separate two separate items there. We didn't have a special town meeting. We had an emergency meeting to approve the wording so it could go to a special town meeting. A special town meeting was held in the evening. So there's an action that we had to take in order to put out the notice so that you could have the special town meeting. That was done in an emergency session. That was, there was no money discussed there or anything like that. That was just strictly to be able to get the warrant out there so that then it could come into a special town meeting, which was held at night. So there was no money discussed there. We've never had a special town meeting in the morning. The only time we'll have, if we have to have an emergency meeting for one thing or another to get something so that it then can come to.
So that morning it had to be done instead at night because of timetable, I guess?
Yeah, because it was a formality to get the warrant
It was already supposed to be in the paper.
It was
not the one
to
that
get the
was
warrant
supposed to be in the paper?
issued to be able to call for that town meeting. So that was the only purpose of that meeting, was to approve that warrant, which then called the special town meeting.
And it was a money issue, though, really?
No.
So it's a statement?
The only thing that was discussed there was to
All right.
approve the warrant itself. The warrant says, okay, now you're going to call the people to a town meeting. Two separate things. You're confusing that with warrant articles that go in for the budget. We just approved a warrant for the solar thing town meeting. Same thing, but you get into notice times and things like that, and in order to meet some of those, we had to, in cases, do that in order to get the notice out there in time so you could have the special town meeting on the schedule that you wanted it.
All right, so that one had to be done 12 hours earlier, so at 8:30 instead of 6:30 or 5:30 at night, there was a reason for that? I'm just asking. It seemed like a weird time for something that was dealing with something that's going to be on the budget.
No, that wasn't something that was dealing with something on the budget. It was dealing with
a special town
calling
meeting.
a special town meeting.
To deal with something
So
that's
all
on
it
the
was
budget.
doing was approving the warrant that called the special town meeting. There was no recommendation on there. All it said was, we're going to have a special town meeting. That's all it was. So there was no money, there was no money issues or anything, money that was approved or disapproved or anything like that. All it was saying, yes, we selectmen approve calling this special town meeting. That's all it was. You know, so if people are trying to make it out into something that it's not, well, then that's their, you know, that's their misunderstanding.
Well, it's also the public misunderstanding because that all went public.
Yeah.
It did, and that's the reason why I think it's important that we bring these out, is what it is. It's more of an educational type thing, too. So we get...
Can you just explain again what I asked? It couldn't have been done at 6:30 that night, it had to be done at 8:30 that morning?
It was a matter of, you know, in order to get to press and things like that, it had to be done at a certain time. And it met the schedules of the select board to be able to do that as an emergency meeting to get that approved.
You have to have it in by a certain time.
Yeah, it was, that
1:30.
particular step is an administrative step in the process. It isn't setting what anything is or making any decisions other than to approve the warrant so it can be posted online, it can be posted in the paper, it's ready to meet the deadlines. With emergency meetings, we try and do it as early as we possibly can so that it gives the public more time to know it's out there and to know that it's coming up and to advertise it. It's for transparency that we do it as quickly as we can, but that administrative step.
And the paper that comes out Friday or the one, the Poem Press Herald? Which one, when you talk about the
It
public?
goes in the Wyndham, Eagle.
So, yeah, that's Friday.
And it also gets posted on our website. It goes up on our electronic sign. It goes
For my
on our
education,
Facebook
though, I'm
page.
asking for my education, so I know, is it the New England, is it the Wyndham paper that we're trying to get it in time on that Tuesday
We're
morning?
trying to get it as early to the public as we can, which is
Okay.
putting it on our stuff, is the earliest.
But our official
It's
paper
part of
that we put all our
transparency.
legal things is the Wyndham Eagle.
Right, and so that's what you had to have, the paper had to have that ad in it for Friday. Okay.
On another issue, I know the garage is now off the table, but this needs to be clarified also. Rolf did not say we were going to find another way to do this garage. Rolf is a very ABC type person when something, he says, read what it says, don't read into it, don't add anything, because it changes the meaning to it. So with that being said, there was conversation at your meeting the other night that just talks about the select board kind of going around and doing it a different way to get the garage done. One of the things Dennis did say is that the Budget Finance has the right to put together a committee to put up the garage. Frank said put it on the next meeting as far as the Budget Finance to put together a committee. So I don't know where this board stands with that. As far as Budget Finance doing a committee to put the garage together?
Budget Committee does not have the authority to do anything other than a subcommittee of itself for an action. They cannot create a committee that has town backing. The only ones that can create and appoint a committee is the select board.
Okay, so.
You know, they could,
Just
if they
clarify
wanted,
that,
if they
so-
wanted to have a subcommittee to study some portion of budget, they could do that, but they cannot create a committee out of whole cloth to do something entirely different, because that's not in their charter.
Okay, and
And the reason being is, when you appoint when a committee gets appointed, there are legal, you know, there's legal implications that flow back, and if it's not appointed by the select board, then there's no protection.
So how do you interpret that ordinance then, when it says that they will develop and present to the town meeting a CIP plan, 5-year plan that they will research, investigate, and
They will
interview?
develop and present. That presenting is
And
it goes into the budget. So that comes to the select, it comes back to the select board.
Well, I know it won't go onto a warrant until you guys approve it, I understand that, but it says research, investigate, and to...
You do that. You're doing the research from the standpoint of looking at what are the what's in there. Because I can tell you, the original CIP, I helped develop that way back when that first went in. So I know, and you were looking at all, you're looking at all the assets, you were looking at all that, you're looking at retirement schedules on things like that, and then, you're throwing things on there. But a CIP is a planning document. It is not it's not a finalized, it's not a purchasing plan.
No, I know.
It is, because it's malleable. you can, things move in, things move out, all of a sudden you don't need this, something that you thought you were going to need, you don't need because something's changed. I mean, you take, if you take to a further, suppose the state ever got into, consolidating on public safety, which they keep talking about ad infinitum, but never getting anywhere. Then all of a sudden you take, things that you needed, you thought you were going to need in the town, now you may not. It's going to be covered some other way. So it comes, so it moves out of the plan and something else comes in. But I mean, and things happen. Something breaks, so you have to, you move it from here to there because you need it. But I mean, the plan looks at it and says, okay, you've got something that has a 10-year useful life. So your plan says, okay, at year 8. You're still going to start doing something for that, but something can happen and it can slide back. But that, that is a committee that, that is something that the budget committee itself does, as far as pulling that together. And you're dealing with, you're taking the old CIPs and you're updating those.
Yeah, I think that's all we're saying. I think that really, if they decided to put a building committee with using resources that are available, be it a code officer.
But they don't have the authority to create that type of committee.
But they can interview the person. They can ask them questions about the process. We're not talking about going out and hiring people. It says research, interview, and interview. That's what the law says.
But if you're not doing it and you haven't been directed by the select board to do it.
The town voted in that ordinance.
The town's, you can, I mean, you can, if you're investigating a budget item, you can ask questions of people like that, but now you're creating a new committee, and that is not allowed. That's entirely different.
I'm glad we're going to have that meeting with a lawyer, because I really believe when I read that ordinance, and it seemed like there was a separation on at least the capital improvement plan, where they would have the authority to interview the people, the department heads. Department heads.
Absolutely, the department head.
Chris is a department head, so you could talk to him about possibilities. You could talk to Nathan about the size of the bays.
Right.
You could have.
My apologies. I thought you were talking about outside people coming in to do a committee. That's
no,
what
you'd have to get approval from the select board or the town manager.
Yeah, no. So my apologies on that one. So yeah, so that's what I thought. Yeah, department. Yeah. Right. And I don't know how you want to do this one because I know this is mentioned a couple of times. Sean had mentioned at the meeting that getting budget finance input as far as the BUTO money that comes back in, because they have mentioned a couple times as far as what they would want to do. So maybe the budget finance puts together, I guess, some ideas and sends it over as to what the money could be used for and that type of thing. So I just wanted to make sure that that was just relayed again, that you guys had talked about that again. Another thing that was said, and this is just so not true, before any meeting, before any vote that we have always had a public hearing, a public meeting to ask questions, always. And Karen had said that she's not familiar with the town meetings. Well, to the budget finance, to us, to all the people out there in the land of this TV, if you guys, it's the official document, the videos. So if you go on to raymondmaine.org and you go under Raymond IPTV, and you can pull up every meeting, every agenda back to 2001. And it shows special town meetings that were on there. And it shows what the agendas were. It shows what the minutes were, all of that. So, and one of the comments was made by the ex-town manager that just said that he doesn't remember having a lot of them. And I think it was either Peter or Dennis that both said, yeah, there has been some, there's been several of them. So, and I think, and so to say that we have not is definitely not it. And just another, I guess, heads up as far as when people are putting things out there, information that's out there that's not accurate. One of the comments was as far as that there was a gag order put on all the employees in the town. That did not happen. The ex-town manager was out on FMLA, and a letter went out that said, do not contact him with any kind of business because it is against the law.
And don't accept a call from him?
Exactly.
And
Because if it's business, we
Right.
can't talk to him about it.
don't call him for anything?
Exactly.
Well, the town employees that I was talking to at the time felt like it was a gag order. They couldn't even check in on the guy.
Then maybe they should have talked to the town manager instead of talking to you about it. And
It
instead of
didn't
putting
come to
a
the
gag.
town manager, it came from Joe Bruno. Came directly from Joe
No,
Bruno. I read
no,
it. I got a copy of it.
You told Joe Bruno, when you guys were standing outside,
did.
that we put a gag order on it, and he had to explain to you what FMLA was.
I agree.
And what happens is you cannot call an employee because whatever the reason, if it's pregnancy, it's anxiety, it's mental, it's broken leg, whatever, they're out on a leave. So to give them a call from us and then put them under stress or whatever to work, we can be sued. So to not say anything, and it was Joe's job as the chair, working with the interim town manager, because Dawn was still the town manager at the time, and we hadn't even put her in yet. So it was not a gag order, and Joe did not ever tell you it was a gag order.
No, I told him exactly what, he probably told you half of it. I said, I was in there on a regular basis. I was working with a couple of the people on different things. And everyone there felt like it was a gag order, that they couldn't even check in to see how Don was doing. And when you say, and it wasn't the first time. I mean, I'll bring it and read it next meeting and let the people decide. It's a straightforward.
It's not the people's business.
Well,
it's a confidential issue.
It's a confidential document. It's
So-
an FMLA protected
Yes.
item. So, so to say that you're going to bring it in an open thing, it means you're not understanding the law either, and you're subjecting yourself to litigation, which I don't think you want to do.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I'm trying to explain why it was taken that way. That's all I was saying.
That's why they would go and talk to the interim town manager or whatever, say what what is that? Instead, I mean, that goes beyond.
It does.
Ludicrous.
I didn't bring it up. Teresa did.
I did, because this is stuff that was put out in the public.
And I was trying to
this is
explain
stuff-
to you.
I know, but when you're putting stuff out that's not accurate, that's not okay. It really is not. You didn't even realize the whole FMLA thing. And one more thing I do want to put out, and then I'm going to be done. Peter, I sent you a letter, and you've told a couple committees this. And this is, I guess, my day to call everybody out. I'm just there. I was really nice when I sent you that text message, and your comments are really rude. And I'm going to say it. I wrote, "Good morning, Peter. Happy Father's Day," and this was on June 15th. "You handed out a comp plan report to the Budget Finance Committee. Could the Select Board get a copy of that report too? It sounds like there's a lot of good information in it that would be important to read." You came to, and I said, "Thank you, Teresa Sadak. You came to our meeting and you said to us, you didn't get it because you didn't ask for it." We're the ones that had put the comp committee together. But to come here and say we didn't ask for it, there is a question mark on here, and I was very nice. And then you went to the Budget Finance meeting on June 25th and said, "Oh, I think they're a little jealous that Budget Finance got a copy and you didn't." So anybody out in TV land, it is on the internet as far as under the departments. But again, I think you were very rude in that. And I'm just calling people out because I was nice and I asked for a copy because it looked like it was very informative. So I am done.
Yay.
Get your allowance.
Sean McKillop, 84 Maine, Budget Finance and Comprehensive Plan. I'm going to keep this short because this is getting it's a little much. Our committees need to get together. Budget Finance and this committee need to get together, I think, and we need to discuss some things. That's my recommendation, to sit here every night after Budget Finance Committee or Comprehensive or Select Board and have a 30-minute conversation about each other is getting a little old, guys. I would like to suggest as not on behalf of the Budget Finance Committee, but as a citizen, these two committees need to get together and we need to kind of work through a couple of things. I do feel like year one for me last year was a rubber stamp on Budget Finance Committee. Year two, definitely started getting some more input. But even year two, a lot of my suggestions, when I would bring up a couple of suggestions, it was shot down by a particular member and the comments were always made, we've already discussed this and we've decided that this is how we're going to handle this. And I think a lot of my frustration on Budget Finance Committee comes from those comments where this has already been decided. So when we're talking about doing things to help the warrants out, I understand there are some things that we just, we can't do, but we can definitely make suggestions. But unfortunately, by the time that the warrants are out, we're voting on them. And we're not allowed to make any recommendation. We're only about to, from June 20th, I remember, Rolf, you said this, petitions cannot be changed. They cannot be recommended or not recommended. So I understand that. We're not changing the language, but if we had some input on some of these things ahead of time, I think that would help out, our overall thoughts on the warrants. Yeah, that's all I'm going to really say. Just as far as one comment I do want to say, Rolf, you did say, your words were that specifically about it, the garage getting, the garage was that we didn't say no to doing it. We said no to funding it. We're going to find, and I don't remember exactly where you were, so I'm not going to re-quote you. That was the words. The intention was different, I feel. The words were the words, but I think the intention wasn't that, hey, we're going to find a different way to do this. Hearing that from you, I think was important, but I think that the words were, we're going to do it this way. Yeah. But the intention, I think that
the words were, if it was to be done, we would have to fund it some other way because the bonding was turned down. Yeah. That was. I think if you check the tapes, you'll find that's exactly what I said. I didn't say we were going to go around and do it some other way. I said if somehow we were to do that, and the bonding was not issued, it would have to be funded in some other manner. And that's because once you said no to the bond, you said you're not going to bond it. So if for some reason it went forward, then you had to fund it by some other mechanism.
Fair. I think that's what I'm saying is that the way you said it, specifically the words, I'm not going to beat you up over the words. I'm just letting you know that I'm saying I understand what your intention is now, but the way the words were made it sound a certain way. Mm-hmm. As far as getting this garage built, I think we need a subcommittee. I think that when you guys said that, we're taking the building off the table right now, I didn't jump for joy over that. That's not what I want. I don't want to see the building not take place.
Oh, I didn't see you jump for joy. Oh, sorry.
No,
okay.
You didn't say that at all. I'm saying when you said that, I didn't feel good about it. I do want to see a building for Public Works, but I think that the process, we need to start over in the process. If there's a subcommittee that needs to take place, put me on it. But I think that I want to see the building. I want to see it bonded. But I need to tell the public what's it going to cost. I need to be able to tell the public the reasons why we're building it to that size. And if it's down on Plains Road as opposed to here, I need to tell them exactly why we can't outfit that building. I need to be able to tell the public all these things. And I do think that if we are being transparent, I think a lot of things that we're talking about being transparent, we need to be transparent with the town. We owe it to the town, and that's why I'm on the Budget Finance Committee. I really think that you put a committee together, we show the town, I think they'll bond it. Whatever that amount might be, we have to really show them that these are the reasons why we need this garage. I'm all for the garage. I think I've said that multiple times. I was not in favor of how this process went over the last 2 years, though. So, any questions for me?
No.
Peter?
Can I add one more thing in real before Peter? Because Peter did bring something up. I will give him the credit on this one. He did stand up there and he did correct the budget finance. And when he said, we did not ask the public whether they wanted that building or not. And so the question is, do we ask them first? Whatever it is, but it's off the table on that one. And I'll wait till Peter gets done to add one more thing.
Let's get together, for real.
I'm good with that one. I like that part of it, for sure. I think the other problem with the budget finance and the select board, the way it was, I wasn't here. I started this time that year, so I didn't go through the whole process. You've been in that part of it longer than I've been on the select board, but I didn't see you guys or that whole process start until later on. I think it's better this year how you guys are starting it earlier so that there is more input, I would say, I guess, on when we go to get in for the warrants. I think not having all that other information in some of the meetings, I don't know how many you need or whatever, but I think just being a little bit more organized and informative going into that would help last year's. And I see this year it's working
this
well
year
that way, so.
we've decided to meet monthly.
Yeah.
Or I think where in the past they're just.
What was the first meeting last year? Do you remember what you guys had?
2023?
Yeah.
The first meeting?
February 2nd or 3rd.
Right, of 24?
Well, they all started in February.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. And then it's rushed because it's February and then
we're looking at all this information and to say not only are you looking at some old information, but now you're looking at what we have to vote on for this budget.
Right. Trying to get information, give us some suggestions, and then get it written in time to get it on for June.
Yeah.
That's a very small time frame.
On top of that, because I'm a comprehensive plan, I'm thinking 10 years forward. So certain projects, I'm like, hey, I know that this is something that we're going to be looking to do in the future, but to do that all in a couple of months during tax season, during all this other stuff, it's it's not enough time.
And then it gets convoluted because we look like we're not taking your suggestions, but your suggestions are kind of half suggestions because they're so rushed, and so it's just, I think it's better this.
Yeah. So the first time I would hear something, I would say, going back to the tax, the violation that we had. Yeah, we'll definitely, I'll get with my committee and try to get a couple suggestions that we've been thinking about. But
Buteau.
Meeting would heal that.
What was that?
He said a meeting would heal that, in between us. Yeah.
But going back to that, when I had suggested something to a certain select member, it just got shut down. It's like, this is how we're going to use it. And it's like, well, I think that, I think that we can be more creative in this way. And it was just, that's it. We're going to do it this way. So, yeah, I think that budget finance it's going to look different every year. And it's not because I'm against you guys or anything like that. Just when I signed up for that committee, the first year I was on it, I went home to my wife and I was like, I'm kind of worthless. what was I there for,
That's right.
Where this year I'm like, no, I got strong opinions on this thing over here. And now, going to year 3, or not even this year still, we have more members on. And I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think that, we've been down a couple members, budget finance, over the last couple of years. And I think that the town is kind of listening now. Now you have more people on budget finance, and I think we're still down by one. I forget if we're down by one.
I think you're at full.
So being full, where in the past we haven't been full.
You had 3 openings and the three people went on. So you're at full. You're at full strength.
So we're full now, but if you look over the last couple of years, we've never been full. It looked like it's always been the struggle to fill those positions. So I think that, like I said, I'm not coming after you guys. It's not my intention. I've got no win in that. I think that this committee has done, amazing work to keep this town really financially well. AAA bonding, we keep hearing that term. Got nothing against that at all. But budget finance is supposed to be a check to make sure that, like Dennis was saying, I think that when stuff goes on the warrants, you guys already made that decision. So of course it's not going to go on there. That's why budget finance wants to have that say too. And I know that we have the ability to have that say, but I think in the past, nobody has said anything about that. Now that we're kind of digging up and realizing hey, what is my actual job on this committee? As we're kind of digging those things up and finding it, then we're realizing, hey, budget finance has not been doing this job over the last couple of years.
No, quite a few years. Yeah, way back.
So the town owes, it's owed to the town to have a strong committee to make sure that it's a balance. I'm not trying to attack you guys, but I do think that we should get together because I understand that there are certain members on Budget Finance Committee that are, I don't want to say the old guard, but but you understand what I'm saying. So that's my thoughts. So I'm not going to beat you guys up over it. Just want to let you know.
Well, one of the things I bring in this stuff forward is to make sure that you guys hear that whether it's correct or not. You know what I mean? As far as the warrants and stuff like that. And one of the other things that you guys were talking about at your meeting that I wanted to make sure was covered too was you guys were talking about getting the word out more to people. And it is hard. That's one of the biggest things in town is getting word out to people that different things are going on or whatever. And Frank had made a suggestion, and Rolf came up with a perfect explanation as to, it's not a matter of not doing it, it's a matter of why. He just said, have a public meeting in the afternoon for a couple of hours, and then the people at that meeting can vote that right after that meeting, and then open the polls the whole next day for the people who did not make the meeting can vote all the next day.
And you can't do that because there's a potential that something could be changed, which is then not carried through onto what people are voting on in the other. So if if you're going referendum, it can only be done that way, because if someone were to vote absentee, which a number of people did, if something changes, they didn't vote on the same thing.
So that's why so this is to stop, I guess, you guys from an idea with the correct information, because I'm thinking, all right, that's a possibility. And when he said to me on it, yeah, no, it can change the next day, as far as like, say, they go in on that meeting and they vote to not do the garage, that whole thing has to come off the next day for the people that are doing the secret ballots, is what it is. But this way, where you guys are getting the information back, as to saying, nope, that information can't go through because of A, B, or C.
Yeah, it sounds like my committee has a lot of desires to do things, but a guy like Rolf who's got that knowledge, we don't all have that knowledge. We've got a good collective mix, but pass that knowledge to us, and we may make mistakes and say like, hey, we want to do this, and it could be totally something we can't do. And that's when you guys come in and say, okay, listen, you can't do it this way because of this. Like, I remember Rolf just like, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes ago was like, can't do that subsection 23 or something like that. It's like, where did you get that? Like,
this is why when I say make a line in the cement, and he goes, no, you can't. So my B brain is going bzzz all the time. It drives him nuts because he is that.
Yeah, we're kind of like the hare that wants to get to the the next step, and Rolf's like, no, slow down. But always I've been saying for a year, or for the last couple of years, is pass that knowledge on. And yeah, we're going to make mistakes. We're going to say stuff that maybe isn't true. You correct us. Okay, that can't be done that way. But I think our two committees are going to work better together than we are going to work apart. And I would like to see that.
Me too.
And I believe we can do some sort of special town meeting way in advance if we started the process earlier. I mean, it was all crammed up. Even when we had the emergency meeting, we were told, Karen was told that we couldn't get our vote changed because of the ballots had already gone to print. That's how close we were on everything. So if we move up the schedule so that there's input along the way.
Can you move up the schedule?
No, that's what happened anyway.
Peter?
You count.
Did you had something?
Yeah, right.
We can make it work.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I heard the chair described as an ABC guy. I think I would interpret that as saying he's process-oriented. I can relate to that because I find myself being process-oriented. I would tell you that anyone who knows me knows that I'm not someone who's out seeking a lot of friends. I'm not. That's just who I am. What I am interested in is fairness in the process. I can't tell someone that they weren't insulted. If they feel insulted, then I will have to say, okay, you were insulted, because I can't tell you what your feelings are. What I will say is the reason, as far as process goes, that I'm even talking now, I'd ask the chair, is that this is Selectman's comment, and the reason I'm up here talking is because I believe my name was mentioned.
It was.
And so if my name is mentioned, I believe I have the podium. So that's kind of process.
I knew how that had to follow. That's what we did.
But I would say that the last 20 minutes of this meeting is kind of reflective of what, without getting too much involved in sports analogies, what a coach told me a long time ago, which is when you have a team and there are new members that join the team, that's not really true. That's not really true. When there are new members, it's a new team.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would ask you to think in those terms. The last 15, 20 minutes of the meeting, in my opinion, is not helpful. And so bringing up issues from 1 or 2 years ago, or bickering and sniping back and forth and suggesting that someone is not telling the truth or whatever, that may serve a purpose in clarifying something. I'm not sure. I will tell you from personal experience, in this community, I saw a board that was what I considered to be rather dysfunctional. And it was very close to my heart because I had a relative that was involved in that board. And what I saw is that there was a slow degrading of the opinion of the community in the town. And that was not any one individual's fault. That was the fault of the team. And so what I would encourage you to do is to stop all of this sniping and bringing back issues in the past and look more towards the future and how there can be cooperation, and kind of echoing Sean's comment. And I believe I saw a couple of select board members nodding as well that, there has to be a cohesiveness, a working together. One of the things I regret on the comprehensive plan is that North Star, our consultants, basically handed us a list that I was relatively insistent on of all the department heads in the town. Because in the past, the comprehensive plans have been that the consultant did the interview with the department heads. And I was adamant that no. I think for our committee to function correctly and get the correct information, we'll go out and the committee will interview the department heads, and that's what we did. What I regret now is that included in those department heads was not the selectmen, and that sitting down with the selectmen, the comprehensive plan, and asking them certain questions and getting their opinions on things would have been helpful for us. But for whatever reason, the consultants didn't suggest that, and it didn't happen. The attempt of us having the workshop is to accomplish that. And so that's what we're trying to do. And if in my response to a select board member on a Father's Day about an email, I guess what I did is I was expressing my frustration with the fact that since January of this year, I had been asking the town manager, I had been asking the chair of the select board that we have that sit-down meeting. And I was put off, and I was put off, and I was put off. And so if anyone took offense to my frustration, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
All right.
I have a couple questions, just education, but it's not public comment.
Oh, it's open now.
Well, if it's not public comment, I mean, are there questions that you can?
Well, there are questions about things that you guys were talking about, so for my own education purposes as a citizen, I have some follow-up questions for you as a board.
All right.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, that's why I'm asking. I didn't want to be disrespectful. Okay, Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So just encompassing, I'll just rattle them off. So when you guys do a public notice, it goes in the Wyndham Eagle and it goes on the website, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, just for the record, like I haven't gotten a Wyndham Eagle in like the last 3 weeks. So sometimes the Wyndham Eagle isn't always, but if I know to go to the website to look for things, that's helpful for me. Thank you. And then Teresa, you said that the select board always has public hearings. Is that so? Every single meeting will have a public hearing. Is that correct?
No, we have a hearing before the warrants.
Okay.
Or we have a special.
Well, I think what she was talking about there, because the voting was done a referendum, there was a public hearing prior to that, which was minimum. It has to be minimum of 10 days. 10 days prior to that. At that meeting, I think there was 5 people.
Yep.
I think I zoomed into that. Was that when you were going through all those
Yes,
warrants?
and then we
whatever?
had the garage people here, the engineers here.
Yeah,
too.
okay. I think I zoomed into that meeting. So I guess my question is, so when you have a monthly select board meeting, like you are now, right, there is always public comment at every meeting, except when you're in executive
Yes.
session,
Right.
right?
Yes.
There's always public comment. Okay, so this probably isn't then an appropriate or fair question in the sense that the planning board is not the same.
No.
So based upon my experience with my issue with the planning board, they, like every one of their meetings does not have a public comment.
I think budget finance does, but I don't
Okay.
know what plan.
And
Planning board is different. Planning board's different.
Okay.
If they have public comment at certain, allowed at certain times when something's under review, but they don't have a general public comment time.
Okay. So, yeah, so I just wanted to sort of clarify that. So I appreciate you, Select Board, for giving the public the right to comment, because it was a little confusing with the planning board that we could comment after the fact, but not before things were happening, which is why the solar thing sort of went how it did. And then let me ask you, because you guys are talking about warrants, so having gone through this process with the planning board, I think I understand how they create warrants, right? So like, because we were part of a process.
They don't create warrants.
Or ordinances, I'm sorry. They create the ordinances that then that you guys, that are submitted to you
Yes.
for the purpose of putting them on a warrant, and then the town gets to vote on it.
Yes.
Correct.
So the warrant becomes the law if the town votes on it, but the ordinances are written by the planning
Ordinance
board.
becomes the law.
Right, the ordinance becomes the law, but they're written by the planning board.
Correct.
So, and then I guess what is the public involvement in that?
They have public hearing when they finalize or get an ordinance to its final stage. They have a public hearing. That public hearing, the public can come in and comment on that ordinance. What happens is so they create the ordinance, they get it through all their reviews, their legal reviews, then they'll have a public hearing on it. The public can comment on it if there's, if they want to take and make any adjustments to that after that. They can do that. Whatever goes to the town meeting cannot be amended. An ordinance cannot be amended at town meeting. It can only be voted either up or down.
Okay, so once they have and so again, this is planning board. Is it different for select board and budget finance? Because it sounds like you guys all sort of have various mechanisms to, and I'm using the wrong terminology, so Rolf, correct me because you're the wizard. But so if like everybody has an ability to do an ordinance, I'm going to use the word ordinance for the sake of argument. So if planning board does an ordinance and budget finance has their ordinance and other people have these ways of getting their ideas to you to review, right, to create a warrant that then goes to the town to vote. Right. Like, are all of those avenues the same in terms of like,
The internal operations of each of the committees is slightly different. Ultimately, the ultimate is the town meeting is the government. So the town meeting approves. An ordinance gets a recommendation from the planning board and the select board. The town meeting either approves or disapproves the ordinance. Then that becomes quote unquote law.
Sure. Okay. So what I'm circling back to
for under warrant articles, those are could be money, could be things like what date shall we set the tax bills due and things like that. Those are warrant articles. Those flow through the warrant article is developed by the select board. It's gets a recommendation from the select board. If it's a money item, then it gets a recommendation or non-recommendation from the budget committee. It then goes to the town, the town meeting, and that is the final approval on it.
Right. So thank you for clarifying. So circling back, right, to what Peter had said earlier and the question I had asked with respect to the comprehensive plan. So if the planning board, right, is writing the land use ordinances, and they should be based on the comprehensive plan, and when they aren't, that causes a problem for the town for legal reasons if it ends up going to court. So I guess, in that instance, and particularly in our solar instance, right? Like the ordinance that went through was not in compliance with the comprehensive plan. And that's why some of us were all caught off guard by it, right? And then we were told, well, it doesn't go by the comprehensive plan, it goes by the ordinance, but they were in conflict with each other. So moving forward, it sounds like a lot of awareness has come to fruition on a variety of issues from a variety of committees or public citizens or whatever. And as a result, it looks like that you guys are going to do more of a cooperative, sort of transparent approach to make sure that things are in line with each other, so that when the planning board is proposing an ordinance, they are going to the comprehensive plan to make sure that they're in compliance with that, right? So that there's no direct conflict, because presumably the citizens had already voted on that. So by them putting an ordinance forward that's in direct opposition to that, the average lay person, right, the average citizen, like when I'm going to the polls, I'm not going to know that, like, oh, okay, well, the planning board did this, but it's in conflict with the comprehensive plan, so I should vote this down, right? Like, there is nobody.
I think what happened in that situation was the 2004 comprehensive plan set some things in motion and how they wanted to go, but the state and the powers that be, the governors and whoever was going through, and solar wasn't a thing then,
right,
came through. So then they kind of, it was more, not even really a gray area, but it was like a new and upcoming thing where they were trying to put it in different spots where a true commercial avenue wouldn't normally go, but this was solar, so they were giving it latitude, sure, shoving that in there, and you couldn't really say, it was definitely a gray area because it was commercial, but yet it was given this special treatment, basically,
sure,
to get into that. And since 2004, there wasn't any solar farms or anything going on then, that's where it kind of snuck in, I believe. I wasn't around for that part of it, but.
Right.
Keep in mind also, interpretations.
Well, so I was going to.
So you've got, you have a comprehensive plan, which is essentially, goals, designs, and things like that. There's interpretations done by the planning board when they're doing the ordinance. The ordinances are also reviewed by legal.
Right.
And then, so one does feed to the other, but it's like you take green, and that can be interpreted as, is it Kelly green or is it emerald green?
Sure. Right.
So green is not necessarily green. So it some depends on how they interpret it. And that's part of their job, is is doing interpretations and writing ordinances based on those interpretations. But as I say, at the end of the day, the town does have the final vote on an ordinance. The only thing they cannot do is at town meeting make a change to an ordinance. All they can do is either say yay or nay.
Correct.
Because if they make any change to it, then it can ripple through and do all kinds of things that you didn't intend for it to do. So that's why the only action that you can take there is either say yay or nay.
Correct. I understand that. So then I guess too, when you say it's subject to interpretation and ordinance are reviewed by legal, and I think I touched on this at another meeting, is just the education of the average layperson on what you're actually saying in your ordinance. And I think I think Dennis brought it up last time that, like, could you do a little blurb in plain language that says, because And I didn't even know this, Sue educated me, that like, well, once you're in the voting booth, if you don't understand something, you can ask for a copy of it, right? But most people who are in the booth don't know to ask for a copy of it. They think once they're in there, they do that. And I think also to even read the warrant, like I did zoom into those 2 meetings when you guys were doing that. And I'm, again, I have a master's degree in tax law, so I know a little bit of law to be dangerous. And I need an attorney to understand what I'm voting on, so I think there needs to be a little bit of that if we're gonna say, well, it's subject to this interpretation or that interpretation because, whose interpretation is it? Like my interpretation when I read the law might be different than what somebody else's interpretation is. And so I think it would be helpful just to, but it sounds like you're moving in that direction. Thank you for taking this time to educate me. I am grateful to the process because it got me, you guys did such a great job for so many years. I didn't have to do anything, right? Like I just had to show up and check boxes because you keep Raymond running beautifully. And this was just an anomaly, but I'm grateful to it because I'm learning about my municipal government, and I'm grateful to all of you for serving, and to comprehensive plan and budget finance because you're all volunteers. Thank you for giving your time and for giving us a voice and for keeping our town beautiful. I appreciate it, and thank you.
Yeah, and just real quick, just a practical example of how, we probably all remember a civics class where it's, how a bill becomes a law. But what I will tell you is that here's a practical example. I went to in reviewing what the housing situation was in the town of Raymond, I determined that what we had already as an ordinance was that an accessory dwelling unit would be 700 square feet. And I thought myself personally, that's a little too small. And so what I did is in January, I approached the code enforcement officer. And because the code enforcement officer will take to the planning board any citizen requests for ordinances. And then the code enforcement officer then brings that to the planning board early in the year for them to consider. And basically, the code enforcement officer will make recommendations on existing ordinances or new ordinances, and some of them are based on feedback from the public. Not the entire public understands that, and I did know that. So I went to the code enforcement officer and I said, 700 square feet really isn't enough. How about 1,250? I researched it. There's many communities around that basically have established an accessory dwelling unit to be 1,250 square feet. That's large enough for a couple, either starting out or a retired couple to go into. And so he thought that was a reasonable request. Even if he didn't think it was a reasonable request, he was kind of compelled because a citizen of the town was bringing it to him. He brought it to the planning board. The planning board had a discussion when they were reviewing all of the proposed ordinances that would go to the select board for approval. On the warrant. The planning board accepted the code enforcement officer's recommendation of increasing the square footage based on my request as a private citizen, brought it to the select board. The select board approved it. It went on the warrant. It went on the ballot, and it got approved. So that's a situation where an individual can basically bring a proposed warrant. And I would say you can do it yourself and approach the committee, but I believe that with the planning board, the process was, the code enforcement officer would bring it to him. So you just seek out the code enforcement officer. Hope that helps.
That's going to be known as the Peter warrant. The Peter ordinance, yes.
Okay.
I have some comments. I'm curious how the agenda, how things get brought up from our comments, select board comments, at the end of a meeting. I thought they were relative to what happened that night, not relative to what happened 2 weeks ago or a month ago.
You mean on my stuff?
Yeah, I'm asking him how we get this stuff on the agenda.
Public comment and selectman comment are generally things that were not on the agenda.
Oh, okay. So if I have a concern, I can bring it in under my comments anytime at the public meetings, like Teresa did?
At the selectman comment, yes. You can.
Okay.
From a typical standpoint, when it's selectman comment or public comment, we don't respond to it. We're it's listening. And it's not. We kind of went off the tracks a little bit and got a little more interactive here, and that's kind of our a little bit of our prerogative to be able to do there. But in general, the public comment is things that were not on the agenda, because during an agenda item, the public can speak to that agenda item. So it's maybe a concern or whatever that they have that they could bring up at that point, which is why typically they're not responded to, because we're it's listening to see what is it, what are they saying. That may drive something to come up on a future agenda or whatever.
So what's the difference of new business and selectman comment?
Because we don't have new business.
It's never.
Oh, we do.
No.
Yeah.
We have new business.
Well, new business are things that are on the agenda. The agenda is developed, and if people want to add something to an agenda, there's from the public or whatever, there's a form online that they can do to request something be put on the agenda. If there's if a select board member wants something put on the agenda, then get it to me, to Sue, and then we finalize the agenda just before it gets sent out to us all.
An example would be like with the library, when I wanted them to come underneath the town. I asked it to be on there so it could be a big talk between everybody. This thing here, in all honesty, has never been this long as far as selectmen, but I think that there's things that needed to be clarified with the budget finance and the select board, so they know what they can.
Oh, it's pretty extensive. I mean,
yes, and it's
a review of the whole meeting.
And so, but you can.
Something I can't find, though. I'd heard that we can go back to 2001, and the reason I raised this question is I went through before I became a selectman, and I did a ton of research over the 3 years I was on the budget committee. I can't find where the selectmen actually voted the 1% increase in for the pension contribution, but I can find out where the bylaws, the policy change was done in June to allow for it, but I couldn't find the vote. So I'm sure it's got to be there.
Oh, it's there.
So would I go through Sue for that, or do I?
No,
because I can't find it.
Because it was supposed to have been, it was communicated to the finance director at that time to include that in the budget.
But we didn't.
It was assumed. Well, we voted the budget. It was assumed that it was in there because we asked her to put it in there.
There wasn't a separate vote for that particular item.
Yes.
But doesn't it take a vote? As we said, financial things take a vote.
If it does, yeah. And what happens is we'd asked for it to be in there. So when it got presented, we believed that it was in there. And so when we voted the budget, by virtue of that, we approved that.
Even though it wasn't in there because you thought it was therefore a legal vote.
Because she was supposed to put it in, it didn't get put in. And so so then once we found out that she, then we had at the next meeting, we addressed that and we put it in.
No, it was June. It was the June when you decided to deal with it. But I was waiting for the vote, and what I heard was it was a vote to change the policy, to allow it, to change the policy to reflect it. But I didn't hear the vote. So that's why I was asking. If it was somewhere else, I'd like to have seen it.
Each year we have to do that. We have to vote.
Well, let me just ask on record here. I'd like to know if Sue could have someone find it so I could see the actual vote, not the policy change that allows people to have
As
it.
Rolf said, there was not a vote on that article. There wasn't a vote for that. The finance director was instructed by the select board to add that 1%. It wasn't a vote. It was an instruction to the finance director.
And then when we found out that it was not, then at the next select board meeting, we approved that increase.
Mm-hmm. And by voting the policy change, that
from 6 to 7
increased the percentages.
Oh, I thought it was a written thing on the policy that had to reflect that. I didn't realize it was actually a vote. Okay, that explains it. Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, town manager's report.
And we've got the 2 upcoming dates, August 13th and September 10th, if that's, well, August 13th is kind of set in stone now since we have a special town meeting going, but is September 10th okay with everyone?
And 13th is now 6 p.m.
Yes.
6 p.m., right.
Just so everyone knows.
Oh, I've got to change my planner.
I'm good on those now, but.
And then we've also got, what's the date on the,
And there is an upcoming training
Yep.
for
Did you get the date?
committees. It is the 23rd, though at this point in time, I don't have a videographer for that.
Well, you would only need the videographer for the beginning part of it, and then the rest of it would be an executive session.
Right.
23rd
Of
Yes.
June.
at what
That's
time?
when,
no,
July.
July.
of
Oh.
July.
Oh, way better.
All right.
Sorry.
You're gonna send something out on that?
And what time is that one?
That
We'll
is,
send a reminder out there.
it was
There was one that was
5:30, but
sent
it
out,
should
but we'll send a
probably be
reminder
6
out.
o'clock. I haven't sent it out as yet. That should be